I work with Center for Health, Human Rights and Development as a technical advisor, and I will be moderating the day or most of the day. And I'm so happy that we have a diversity of representation right from the community. Community is everything. We have decision makers, line ministries. We have development partners and great communication team right at the back. I can tell there's a lot of activity going on, so we're very pleased. My sisters and brothers from Teso Yoga. Can I see the hands? Yoga. Yoga noi. Yalama bunere. Alakare gonoi. Okay. I see the faces are surprised. Don't judge by color. Don't judge by color. Okay. Normally we do rounds of introductions to feel safe in the room. So I'm very certain we've lost a bit of time, and you can guide. Are we okay just to say your name, where you're coming from, the representation, and we sit? Okay. Faith, I hope we have a movable mic. Allow me deeply thank our development partners, Wealth, Hunger, Health. Now, health stands for help. I've learned something in German today, right? Thank you so much for loving us, and most importantly, going down to the hard-to-reach places. So many partners support, but very few remember my home area. So I'm also excited that we are here in the room today at a national level discussion about issues that mainly touch the girl child and women at large, and that's menstrual health, hygiene. Okay, we're ready to start? Great.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Sheikh Semwanje Nassa. I'm the Secretary for Public Health, Muslim Community.
Shall we clap for each other? Energy is everything.
A very good morning to us all. My name is Noor Nachibuka Mosisi. I am the Deputy Executive Director at the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. We are more than delighted to have you all here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeanette Wijnands. I'm the Country Director for Welthungerhilfe here in Uganda. And likewise, we're delighted and really honored to be here today with all of you, and very much looking forward to the deliberations. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jonathan Ebwalo, Member of Parliament, Soroti City.
Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Dr. Baiga Michael Lulume Salongo. I come from Buiko South, a member of the Health Committee. I have been working so much around the menstrual hygiene issues.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Naban Kashifra from Mildmay, Uganda. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Adupa Stephanie is my name. I'm from an indigenous community called Teso in Karamoja Region, and we occupy the 3 mountains of Karamoja, that is Mount Moroto, Mount Napak, and Mount Kadam. And I'm the champion of girls of forced marriages and FGM, where I come from. And I also happen to represent my people, the Teso community in Moroto District local government. Thank you.
Tu kadradang.
Yoga.
Joko no oi.
Joke.
Ayo ngakanya talo me delia. Ngola bonita lo Moroto. Tara na bo, da sab kaunti tapai, ya kaunti tepes. Ayo ngolo abunita lo yang la tapai. Arai akatoko ko de galana. Imalo atamaru ru kologna de naman. Loga giyogo ike pokotane idia. Ara yung itepedit. Mula bonita la tapach. Ki yenete zap kaunti belo ko tapach. Pointa vang to lugu dadang. Lo moroto tara sab kaunti la ra tapach lo waye. La ra iteped. La kara.
Lakara.
Lomiat Elia is his name. He comes also from the So community in Tapach sub-county, Tepedi County in Moroto district. So he was saying that for us, the So, we speak a different language from among all the tribes within Karamoja. But we are also delighted and we are happy. We speak almost 3/4 of the languages in Karamoja, but ours nobody speaks apart from the So. Thank you.
Mata dadang, mata ngapolo, mata kaya meeting, mata kaya ngalew, mata iyakas, mata ngatu, mata ngimga, mata kaya kizil. Alakara. Talakara uda gujine kaya wani todolu no nege, ani ara itiono, heroto nindang. Alakara no woi, arang kararwa, adongo Monica. Abuti ango alo tapai sub county moroto district ara ango ara ka edwa ngite pedru ke moru ngulu kiminai ni ara moni amina edwa moni kane ni ali limon engirto dwa gi yabanga kito lakara no woi amalata gujala kara.
She's called Adonga Monica. She also comes from Tepedi community. And she was telling us, for us, the Tepedi people, we love an environment. We don't cut trees. We don't burn charcoal. And that is our pride. We live in an environmental area, and we are very happy to be in that mountain. And always when anybody disturbs us with our forest, then you become an enemy to the Tepedi community. And she also said that let's thank God because he's the one who has led all of us from different places to reach here. And without him, we can do nothing. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Bernard Mujuni from Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I'm glad to be here.
A very good morning. My name is Oluko Richard from Katakwi Magoro. Thank you.
A very good morning. My name is Auma Jane from Katakwi, Model Sub-County. Work with Kifad as a community-based coach.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Kulume. I come from Amuria. I am a community-based coach. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Mulinde Joseph. I work with Cheetah Family Alliance for Development, that is Kifad, as the male officer. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Samuel Amodoy. I work with Kifad, Teso, as a project officer.
Good morning, team. My name is Alma Stella. I come from Teso Sub-Region. I work with Kifad.
Good morning, members. I'm called Angiro Betty. I work with Katakwi District Local Government as a Senior Probation and Social Welfare Officer. Glad to be here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bob, Bongole Richard Bob. I work with Kifad and I head the team at Kifad. Thank you very much.
Protocol observed. Akengo Angela Okedi is my name. I am the Secretary for Health, Katakwi District Local Government. I am here standing in for the District Chairperson, Katakwi District. I welcome you all.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Thomas Modi, Parish Priest Magoro in Katakwi.
Good morning. I'm Kia Agnes, CFPU Magoro in Katakwi District.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Keme Rose Namelo. I come from Moroto. I am a community-based coach.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called James Senginyo. I work for Straight Talk Foundation in partnership with Weltunga Hilfi, and I come from Karamoja region. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Cott, District Gender Focal Point Person for Moroto District Local Government. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am called Lokot Paul Osman, cultural leader at Lake Village in Napak District. Thank you so much. God bless all of you. I'm called Pastor Peter Aleu. I come from Napak, and I am the chairman of the Male group of the community. Let's grow together. God bless you.
Toyo kadida danga. Kinyara tede alo kui meri. Abunti anapak, Iriri district, Iriri sub county, Tepedi parish, Lojom village, anara abunti akotere ara community leader lot of ma straight talk.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Lomilo Regina, community representative in Napak district.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank God for bringing us all safe and sound for this meeting today. I'm by name Mary Immaculate Adia. I work for Straight Talk Foundation as a project officer. I'm based in Napak. Happy to be here. She's called Lokwi Mary. She's a community leader in Napak. She comes from Teped Parish, Lojom Village. She said she's happy to be here and she really looks forward to learn a lot and go back with a lot.
The energy is getting low. I'm not hearing the hands.
A lovely morning to you all. Good morning to you all. How are we? Great. My name is Lilian Nuwabine. I'm a midwife and women's health specialist. I work with the Aga Khan University School of Nursing and Midwifery. I'm also a Heroes in Health award-winning midwife. So nice and happy to have you all. Looking forward to hearing the key findings from the menstrual hygiene project and more. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning. I am Kamara Daniel. I am a nurse. I'm a nutritionist. I was actually the Student Innovations Award winner for the Heroes in Health Awards 2022, Ministry of Health. I work with the Bwindi Community Hospital, the Dowcent Youth Clinic. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Protocol observed. Inspector of Police, Omo Joseph, Child and Family Protection Unit, Moroto. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nathan Okiror. I am the Deputy Chair, Amura District Local Government. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Good morning. My name is Assumpta Nalpuago. I work with SEHAT.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Semakula Henry. I work with the Ministry of Education and Sports. I'm the Assistant Coordinator, School Health. I'm very glad to participate in this dialogue because menstrual hygiene is one of my areas of love. Actually, where I work, I'm one of the people labeled male menstrual hygiene champions. I've been around all the districts of Karamoja doing some work on the same, but the first thing that brought me to Karamoja was looking for a wife. I'd almost landed on one, but they asked me for so many cows and I gave up.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Happy to be here. My name's Hidaya Haonga. I work with Legal and Human Rights Center from Tanzania. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. Good morning. I'm Kajetan Vincent Matumaini from Tanzania. I work with the Legal Human Rights Center.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amani Joachim from Legal and Human Rights Center, Tanzania.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am Rose Omuga from Legal and Human Rights Center, Tanzania.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Doreen Barnabas Sangai from Legal and Human Rights Center, Tanzania.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Rose Nyatega from Legal and Human Rights Center, Tanzania.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
My name is Ronald Omara, but I also go by Ankunda and Lokolong. Don't ask me about the mathematics. I'm a menstrual health management trainer of trainers for today, but I head the communications team at Straight Talk Foundation. Glad to have you all here. Thank you.
Okay, protocol observed. I'm called Acham Anna Godliver. I'm a senior woman teacher in Amuria district. Nice to be with you.
Hello. Protocol observed. My name is Beatrice Akelo, the Child and Family Protection Officer, Amuria District.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Akerobi Aikesere Sujasini. This is Godfrey Okelo, cultural leader, Teso Cultural Union, Amuria District.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Protocol observed. I'm by the name Evelyn Amuke, Community Development Officer, Amuria, sitting in for the DCPO.
Good morning, all. Good morning. Inspector of Police, Young John Robert, Child and Family Protection Officer, NAPAC. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Teko Timothy is my name, for the district health officer, NAPAC district.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Paul Senauria, media.
Good morning. My name is Kambe Seremegio, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Good morning, Violet Nabatans New Vision.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Dana Namiro, UBC journalist.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mboa Nathan. I'm from the media, Star FM and UBC.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm called Vachaz Jenna from right here, right now.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
You are very, very welcome. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Good. That is a bit energizing. I'm Pamela Nahura, and I work with SEHAD as a senior programs officer. We are very glad to have you here. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're so most welcome. My name is Faith. Faith Nabunya. I work with the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development. Happy to see you.
Over to you, Dorothy. Oh, there is a... Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Aleper Moses. I'm a member of parliament for Chakwi County, Kadam, in Nakapriku District, Karamoja Region. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now it seems like I'm having an echo since I'm near the old speaker, Dr. Laro Charles, Director Health Services, Minister of Health.
Great. Very welcome. Okay, so before I give us the objectives of the National Policy Dialogue, the hotel, the host, would like to communicate some very important security detail, and I think this is very important to us, so let's pay keen attention to this communication. I hope he will be as brief as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome to Hotel Africana. Good morning. Thank you once again. My name is Emmanuel Romala, Security Supervisor, Hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to give us a few safety briefing just in about 2 minutes. So I call upon your cooperation. Hotel Africana takes matters of safety and security of our guests and their personal belongings seriously. For that matter, we are reminded at all times to keep in touch with our personal belongings, for instance, our laptops, our phones, our bags, etc. I'm not saying all that because there is no security here. No. At Hotel Africana, we have counter-terrorism police, have other two external security company, and internal security. However, safety starts with me and you. And also Hotel Africana receives an average of about 1,000 guests every single day, and also being in the city center, there are high chances also of receiving uninvited guests. So maybe if we don't get in touch with our properties, you may not know who comes closer to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to talk briefly about emergency cases. Just in case of any emergency, let's take for instance, maybe fire, or any other emergency. A fire alarm will be activated, or someone may come in the hall shouting fire, fire verbally. We shall all be required to evacuate through the main entrance. Unfortunately, another emergency exit is behind our stage, which has been covered, but in case of an emergency, we can still use it as well. And we have about 6 big assembly points. However, as per our arrangement, the nearest, or the one which is adjacent to the building, just in front of this building in that green area. You exit through the main entrance, turn slightly on my right. You'll be in position to see the green area or the green garden, and also below the swimming pool. Then also near the reception for our dear guests who parked at the main entrance as you're entering the hotel, that entire area can be used as an assembly point. And when you turn on my left, if you exit through the main entrance, turn on my left, follow the stair. Below the stair on the ground parking, you'll find another assembly point there. Ladies and gentlemen, just in case, I would also like to talk briefly about food safety. Ladies and gentlemen, Hotel Africana is 100% responsible for the safety of our food. However, once I have been served, or you have been served this food, we are required to take full responsibility. That implies I will only serve when I'm ready to consume or to eat that food. You don't serve food and abandon, and you go and handle other tasks. That may not be allowed. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk about convenience, maybe a place of convenience, in case you would like to visit the washrooms. They are not very far away from where we are. In fact, they are in about 20 meters away from where we are seated. Still, we shall be required to exit through the main entrance, turn slightly on my left, again on my left. You'll be in position to see the labels for both ladies and gentlemen. However, in case you're maybe you find when that side is full or you're uncomfortable with that, still you can exit through the main entrance, turn slightly on my right, then go straight through the corridor. You will see another label there indicating for both ladies and gentlemen. Lastly, our tiles are slippery or very smooth, both inside and in the walkways. So in case you observe or come across signages talking about caution or indicating caution, please pay maximum attention. Thank you so much once again for the opportunity. Here at Hotel Africana, we have our motto which says, you come as a guest, you leave as a friend. I wish you all a good day. God bless you.
Okay, thank you so much, Hotel Africana, for ensuring that safety and security is paramount. Everywhere we occupy, even in offices, these are critical areas for us to ponder over in different ways. So we appreciate that. Okay, now back to our agenda. Today we're going to be talking about a lot of issues, but just remind us that we are here to participate actively in the national policy dialogue on key findings around menstrual hygiene management and gender-based violence in Teso and Karamoja regions. And you could tell from the introductions that the communities are well represented. So we're very gladdened. Alamanoi, Alakaranoi. You're very smart, my sisters from the Karamoja region. True definition of culture at its best, and also freedom of expression. So please, let's keep this energy flowing. Do not feel that you can't express. I know that you're seated with a neighbor who can also help us understand exactly what you're saying. So feel free to express in the language that you're most comfortable to deliberate upon. With that, I'd like to recognize everyone in the special protocol who has made it here, and not forgetting to thank the German Corporation in Uganda, World Hunger Helper, right here, right now. We have partners that have walked this journey with SEHAD, and I think we have Straight Talk, Uganda, and Kifad. Yes, I saw a gentleman introduce himself. So that's very important for us, and I appreciate the diversity in the room, in the respective spaces that you occupy. So quickly, our program will run as follows. 1, we're going to be appreciating or disseminating 2 policy briefs on menstrual health, hygiene management, and gender-based violence. We shall also present key findings on menstrual health management and gender-based violence issues affecting the people of Teso and Karamoja. And that's the meeting objective, definitely. And then we'll delve into the program of the day. We've already arrived, we've introduced, we know each other. We'll have opening remarks for the dialogue by none other than Dr. Olaro Charles. He's in the room, I saw him walk in. He's the Director, Curative Services, Ministry of Health, and he has also walked a close journey with SEHAD and partners. We appreciate you for making time always. And then we'll delve into the key findings, which will be disseminated or shared by none other than Ms. Nuru Nachibuka Musisi, the Deputy Executive Director for Center for Health, Human Rights, and Development. She'll lead us in that session, where we'll be putting a face to the key findings from Teso, that is Katakwi and Amuria. And then we shall also be putting a face to key findings from Karamoja, Moroto, and Napak. Then we'll go for a health break. I know the right to food is paramount. We'll not forget that. Then we'll go into responses on key issues on gender-based violence that will be discussed from the findings. We'll also have a plenary session, and then after we'll have another session on menstrual health management among women and girls in Karamoja and Teso regions. And again, we'll be putting a face to these issues in terms of dialoguing and exchanging of thoughts. After lunch, we'll have responses on issues raised around menstrual health management and the key findings from the policy briefs. This session will be led by Ms. Nuru Nachibuka Musisi, the Deputy Executive Director. We'll go into plenary, and after that, we shall pave a way forward in terms of ensuring that we have commitments from these fruitful deliberations. And I am happy we have the cream of the cream in the room. Yeah, we need to go when we are geared up to ensure that these findings don't leave us the same. They should leave us action-oriented. And this means that in every space that we occupy, we play our respective role to ensure that every girl is supported to realize their livelihood in these very natural days of the month. So I'm very happy to once again be hosting you or moderating these sessions. And with that, allow me welcome Dr. Laro to give us his opening remarks for this dialogue. Thank you.
Good morning. The representatives of our partners, the members of parliament, my people from Teso and Karamoja, Akironyo. I want to welcome you to this engagement, National Policy Dialogue, looking at the key findings around menstrual hygiene and prevention of sexual exploitation, harassment, and gender-based violence. These are definitely very key topic, which has implications on the health of girls and women, but also boys. I hope definitely that aspect will also be understood. But specifically looking at aspect of menstrual hygiene, we will definitely find that actually 80% of the school dropouts or absenteeism is related to aspect of what? Issues of menstrual hygiene and management. And if it's not managed, because all of you know when you do tracking of the retention in different schools, you find that in terms of numbers, the drop is more on the side of girls than outside of the boys. And one of the contributors is issues of menstrual hygiene. I know a number of schools have taken initiatives to be able to provide for this, but I think it should be part and parcel of our school systems. On the health side, you will find that if also is not well managed, it contributes to urinary tract infections. So most of the key presentation that these girls will have is aspect of they will develop urinary tract infections. And if these are not well managed, definitely some of them progress and they will get pelvic inflammatory infections, pelvic inflammatory disease. And what does this cause? Definitely some of them will be attributable to aspects of infertility in the future, which will be that we ignored just to manage what? So I am looking at that schools should be able to address this and take it as very, very important. If you find a young girl, apart from the pains, this feeling, and it's because of non-availability of a very simple thing, which is probably don't have pads to be able to use. So we need to be able to work and be able to see how do we retain. I know there are a number of organizations which have worked with ministry to be able to provide the reusable pads to girls so that they can be able to map up schools. We also got definite reports that there are individuals who have taken advantage, and I think that's where now the other side of the coin of gender-based violence comes in, taking advantage and be able to provide either money or provide money for pads, and definitely have abused these girls and led to a risk of gender-based violence. So in a nutshell, this is a very big area which we need to discuss. I'm sure that we need to be able to engage and be able to see that just like as you probably pay school fees, I know now the UP schools, you don't pay school fees, it's also still be able to be able to see that the girls are provided with the necessary pads which they need. But the discussion should not be limited only to the girls, because the boys have got a very big role to do, to support that. If it happens like you find that your dress becomes wet in school and then you are stigmatized by boys or they laugh at you, this alone can become a barrier and a big obstacles. So I don't want to preempt the findings of the the findings of the study and which has been done. So I hope definitely that when we look at it, let's look at what are those things which we can be able to do, and some of them we can do them without necessarily even having additional resources and be able to address them. Otherwise, it's a very big aspect that has got a long-term implications and definitely will be able to lead to a high dropout in schools. And when a girl dropped out of school, then definitely what next you get is a teenage pregnancy. And when you get teenage pregnancy, there's also a risk of HIV, and which is associated with it, because sometimes we just look at pregnancy because the pregnancy shows, but the HIV probably remain occult for until sometime later. So there is that, but also the other aspect of maternal mortality, because we've seen that in the age between below 19 years, almost 10% of the mothers who are dying is attributable to that age, between less than 19 years. If you stretch it up to 24, almost about 38% of the mothers who are dying. So we will be able to look at that. How can we be able to maintain a girl child in school, but also how do we get the boy child to be able to support this girl child, because they are at home. But also what we needed to look at that, how do we get them to know that this is a normal aspect of the physiology, is a normal body changes which are occurring, and this is, if the problem menstruation period starts and you do 1, 2, 3, there's a risk of you getting pregnant. So I think I take the honor to officially open this dialogue, and we really would like to get the feedback. And I am sure that there's in this room there's really a wealth of experience, so that we can be able to see how do we move it, how can we be able to implement it and be able to contribute to the national socioeconomic development of this country. I think with those remarks, the dialogue is open. Thank you for listening.
Okay, were those hands enough? Oh, we should break for tea. Thank you so much, Dr. Laro Yalama. Today I'm going to be speaking my language, you people. This excitement is too much, but the language aside and the regions aside, I think, Dr. Laro, you've really placed so many issues in a very short time for us to ponder over, especially in terms of protecting the girl child and the role of the men in this journey. Oftentimes when you talk about menstrual health hygiene, it's an issue that is mainly left for women and girls, to vent for themselves. And when we go to Teso or Karamoja, it's even worse, because how long do commodities take to reach there? The stockouts of these commodities, or even affordability, is another issue. Water and sanitation is also a huge component when we're talking about menstrual health hygiene. And then when we go to cultural norms and beliefs, it's a compilation of so many issues. So I think, like you ably said, I'm also looking forward to hearing the voices within the room in terms of how we can enhance women and girls' well-being without endangering them further. So with that, allow me now go to the next session on the agenda. We are trying to save the forest. Someone said they maintain their forest, they don't cut. So if you don't, to ensure that we do not destroy lots of trees, and we're going tech now. So I'll be reading out what's next on the agenda, and that is now us placing faces onto the findings, and this session will be led by Ms. Nuru Nachibukam Sisi. She'll be taking us through the gender-based violence findings in Karamoja and Teso regions, and she'll also have key faces, Kulume, Susan, and Lomelo, Regina, in this session. So Nur, if you are ready, please take on the stage. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm very, very happy to stand before you. Extremely excited to speak to you today. I honestly don't know the language. I was trying to vibe Dorothy to give me the language, but she only told me yoga. So I've learned that one. And I'm happy that we are here. So we are here to speak about key issues. And I want to indicate that we are not blaming anyone. But we really want to bring the issues that we face every day as women and men in Teso and Karamoja region to the attention of our duty bearers for action. While in these regions or districts, we struggle a lot as women and men there. And we think it's just important that we actually hold our leaders accountable so that they understand the issues that we face every single day and we have solutions together. So we are not here to blame anyone, but rather to find solutions to the issues that we struggle with in Karamoja and Teso regions. So as I start, I'm going to start with a word of gratitude. Honestly, as SEHAD, we have only been able to organize this, not in our own capacity, but because we have partners working in the regions that are able to say, these are the issues, how do we work together to bring them at national level? So I'll start off with appreciating Wetunga Healthy for the financial support extended to all of us, also for this particular dialogue. So the country director is here, Jeanette is just with us here, I know Deborah is not here. Really, really appreciate that you have been able to convene us and that we are able to reach the most vulnerable in Teso and Karamoja regions. Thank you so much. I also want to appreciate Straight Talk Foundation that has been in the districts, picking out these issues that we are going to discuss today and bringing them at the national level for our own discussion. Allow me also appreciate Kita Family Alliance for Development. KIFAD, we really can't thank you enough for the efforts that you have put in. This dialogue happens. If it wasn't for these partners, this dialogue wouldn't have happened because the issues we're going to speak about are issues they have actually engaged on and have brought them to our attention for discussion. But where we have been working with the district leadership. And when people are introducing themselves, you'll note that several people have come from various districts. So allow me appreciate the leadership of Napak district. Specifically, I hope I get the pronunciations correct, but specifically from the sub-counties that we have been working in, which are the sub-counties of Irili, Lorenge-Chora, and Nabwal. I hope I've pronounced well. We really appreciate. And then the leadership of Moroto, specifically the sub-counties of Loputuk and Tapak, where we've spent the last 3 or so years engaging the district leadership, and Amuria, I hope I got the sub-counties. Someone remind me the sub-counties, but also Katakwi in the sub-counties of Kuju and Keria. We really want to appreciate. I've forgotten the sub-counties of Amuria, but we really appreciate. These ones are for Amuria. So which ones are for Katakwi? Hey, Dorothy, did you hear them? Which ones? Okay. Thank you so much for that time. We also want to appreciate the leadership here that has joined us today, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, members of Parliament, the media, the religious perspective of it, and cultural leaders. We really appreciate. I'm very certain we are all, because we find the matters we're going to speak about very key for our engagement. I want to take note of the fact that the briefs themselves are on the way, so when they come, you'll get them, but I'll take time to actually do the presentation of the briefs, so perhaps they can be displayed, and then we have the conversation on gender-based violence. So first, we really want to commend the government of Uganda and to indicate to you that over the years, I think one of the things that we are doing extremely well in Uganda is around the policy and legal environment on gender-based violence. We have several laws and policies and strategies and programs around gender-based violence. And we really appreciate the government they have taken us. While we appreciate, we continue to experience kind of a high prevalence of gender-based violence in the country. Just the other, about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, one of our fire by the ex-boyfriend. And I mean, it comes down not so well for a country like Uganda to lose such a person of high importance. Just imagine being on world news because a person who represents us in various parts of the country through athletics has been set on fire. That for me is a clear indicator that we still have cases of gender-based violence in this country. And I'm glad that the dialogue is happening to even have conversations around the same and to pave way through various how we can go about this and ensure that such I actually call it murder, such murder actions do not happen in the country. So it's unfortunate that we are having conversations around gender-based violence while we appreciate the several things that the government is doing. So gender-based violence is one of the most severe forms of gender inequality and discrimination in this country, and it remains a public health issue and a global health concern that we need to pay attention to. And this, when it happens, it affects women in a more different way, and it is directly connected to the unequal distribution of power between men and women. It has effects on families, on communities, and the society as a whole. It includes acts such as physical violence. Sometimes it's psychological. Somebody will not come to beat you, but will play on your mind that you feel that you really can't do anything much more. So that's also violence. Sometimes it is sexual violence against a person or abuse that we actually think we need to do much more. And it's one of, we actually make reference to it as a human rights abuse, and we need to pay much more attention to it. So as a country, we are struggling with this. And allow me just to quote in Katakwi, and I'm quoting a story that I found online, but also specifically looking at Katakwi as a district where the LC5 was indicating that just between April 2023 and March 2023, Katakwi district alone witnessed a surge number of gender-based violence with a total of 3,345 cases in just one district. This is just too much. And I think we just need to pay more attention to this. So I started off with a gratitude and indicate that the government has done well. Our Domestic Violence Act, which is Chapter 120 on gender-based violence, our Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act, which is CAP or Chapter 133, also speaks to FGM as an act of violence, and we know that these legislations are here. We also know that we have had strategies in the country that come in to combat this particular vice. For example, the National Policy on Elimination of Gender-Based Violence of 2016, the Uganda Gender Policy of 2007, the Guidelines for Establishment and Management of Gender-Based Violence Shelters in Uganda, and the National Action Plan of Women of 2007 are all efforts made by the government to ensure that we don't have gender-based violence in this country. Despite that, gender-based violence continues to happen. So this could be one of the reasons we're healthy, supported Straight Talk and KIFAD to move to the districts of Teso and Karamoja regions to start engaging in work, because the violence there is unique. And to also support SEHAD to come and have these conversations. For the last 3 years, we have been there to have conversations under a project that we call Grow Together. And what have we found? So these are the key findings that we have found in relation to gender-based violence in Teso and Karamoja regions, specifically in those 4 districts. 1, we noted that there are high rates of alcohol consumption, and this contributes to social and economic problems. We found that, of course, we were in several engagements, and that there's a lot of alcohol consumption in these areas, especially among men. among men. So alcohol has been documented as impacting on health, social status, family economy, and the general well-being and economic development. We note that the district officials of NAPAC have made efforts to even draft an alcohol ordinance in the district to make sure that the rate of alcohol consumption are reduced. However, the ordinance has not yet been passed because, as we know, the process is that all bylaws that are made at the subnational level must be in tandem with the Constitution. So the process requires you to take these ordinances and bylaws to the Attorney General for approval. The same is still stranded in the office of the Attorney General. It's just unfair if districts take efforts and we take years them. There are also other legislations or ordinances that are still before the Attorney General's offices, and these include Education and Child Protection Ordinance, the Environment Ordinance, and the Formative Action for Education of Children in Karamoja before the Attorney General. We will really call upon the Attorney General to make sure that this ordinance goes back to NAPAC so that their efforts are not left in vain, and perhaps we also ask the district to have the same implemented to allow the rates of alcohol consumption reduced. One might say, why are you speaking about alcohol, yet we are speaking about gender-based violence? Do you know the reason why? The moment you drink and become drunk, what happens? You will have the power. You will feel that you're on top of the world and you can beat whoever you find on the way. So the reason it's actually found as the highest finding here is because of that. We also found high rates of gender-based violence, and these taken in forms of domestic violence, sexual abuse, and harmful practices like female genital mutilation. Like I will discuss later, FGM still happens in specific regions, specific sub-counties there, and we take it as a key finding that necessitates action. We moved through the districts and we noted no government-owned and operational shelter for GBV survivors, GBV-based violence, within Teso and Karamoja regions. We found out that in 2013, a team, I think there was a shelter constructed in Moroto, but this was supported by an organization called Mifomi and Action Aid, who, because of shortage of funds, have since pulled out of this shelter, and therefore the shelter is non-operational. That shelter provided temporary relief and psychosocial support, and was a safe space for women and girls who sought refugee families failed to protect them from gender-based violence. And because of their pulling out, the district has no specific shelter owned by the government, at least run by the government. And I'm glad we have representation from the Ministry of Gender, who I'm sure this particular point falls within their docket. Maybe it's to think about and also get there. We also found that female genital mutilation still happens, especially in the border areas. Like indicated earlier, we know that this country has a legislation that we call the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act, which is now CAP 113. I know people will tell me the year when it was made, but we are just making sure that we are actually up with the current developments in the country. You will note that I think about a month ago, we just passed the new volumes, which are the red volumes. The red volumes are where we find the laws, and each of these legislations now has a particular chapter number. That's why I'm not saying FGM Act 2010, I am saying FGM Act chapter 133. But while we have this legislation, the practice still persists. What we have noted is that the common FGM practices, especially among the Tepeth tribe and Tapak village, which is in Tapak sub-county. Okay, thank you. I said I don't know the language. In Moroto district, apologies for that. So this still happens, and we noted that it is still associated with health consequences, including overbleeding, infections, and Dr. Laro here has already told us what it means if we neglect such actions in terms of later implications. So we really think that while the government has taken on efforts, these cases still persist. And we noted that these happen in the night. So meaning, if they happen in the night, the police has got to be a bit awake that we curb these devices. At the time we were there, we noticed that there were 2 cases of people who had been incarcerated for that action. Now, one is 15, another is 7. Right? And this has implications. We know that the efforts in the district where several engagements happen and people meet, or including borders where FGM happens, so that they have conversations on how to curb. But we cannot be having conversations with people from Somalia, from Djibouti, from Kenya, where the borders they run to, when we can actually come here and solve our own problems. So part of that, this dialogue, is for us to sit down here and solve our problem. We noted cases of child trafficking, and child trafficking is a form of gender-based violence because the reasons these children run away from there. The reason is because maybe there are several issues within the homes that they're forced to get away from those particular homes. So child trafficking was again reported rampantly in Napak district, and the children are mostly trafficked to Kampala. We see many of them on the streets. And what are they doing? Giving them 500 shillings to do what? You get 1,000 to do what? How much do they earn in a day? So that is happening. They're either brought in Kampala or other busy towns, including the neighborhood of Kenya. And this exposes them to sexual abuse and exploitation. If we told you to move around Kampala today, just on the streets, and pick out, you're going to notice that most of these young girls, actually children on the streets, are from Teso and Karamoja regions. And who are they carrying? Other babies. And the question is, who are the owners of these babies? So we see cases of sexual exploitation also reported there, and abuse for these children. So they're on the streets, and even when people have opted to carry them back, in Teso and Karamoja, there are only 2 schools where they're taken. They're taken to Legoi and Rendoi primary schools, just as a practice of kind of maintaining them and getting back them to school. But I wish the schools are able to manage them. I'm glad we have a Ministry of Education represented here to listen into this. But we found that there is no official designated resettlement center for these children. Remember, when they come in Kampala, they go back with all sorts of habits. They are children, they have been abused. Once you release them to the community, they will carry all sorts of habits there. I wish we had a place where we put them to resettle them so that they're psychologically supported, they're mentally supported, and health-wise supported, and supported or made ready to then get back to the community. So we found that this is actually missing there. We also noted that the have limited police stations to handle cases of gender-based violence within the districts. When you move there, you will note that the place is kind of mountainous. Some places are mountainous, and people will tell you that a school in a particular area carries along several children from various mountains, like across the mountain. But what would happen if a child from across the mountain came to report a case of violence, and that person has to go back home? So these are things that we are finding in the districts. So we noted that because sub-counties are big, it is just fair that we have police stations. We are not asking for police posts. The two are different. We're asking for police stations. We noted, for example, that in Katakwi district and Amuria, we struggle with this problem. Out of the 16 sub-counties and 4 town councils in Katakwi, for example, 6 sub-counties do not have police stations. And this includes Palam, I hope I communicate well, Amusia, Guyagu, Akoboy, Getom, Okero, Okere, Okore. These lack police stations. And in Amuria, 4 sub-counties of Akeriao, Ogongora, Amoro, and Orua, and Kuju.
Okay, are we pondering over the findings? Allow us to thank Nur Nachibuka for speaking with her heart. Being a woman, when you're talking about issues that you can relate with, the tone in the voice changes. You could tell that. Thank you so much, Nur. Let's give her another round of applause. And to the team that really put this information together, knowledge is power. If you don't know what to act or what to do. So we're very happy that we've been able to showcase, but I think also we've put the police briefs on each table. So if you don't have on your table, kindly do raise your hand, and then we'll make sure that you'll have a copy of the same. I think while I was just seated there, I was just thinking about the issue of police stations, because you know, when you're abused, oftentimes, especially gender-based violence or sexual gender-based violence, those are areas that are already traumatic in nature. Said and done, they're traumatic in nature. And then the issue of evidence is very critical. Now I'm speaking as a lawyer. The issue of evidence is very critical. And while it's also critical, it's also traumatic, right? Being defiled, there's blood all over you. There's probably semen still running down. You have to keep the nika the way it is. You're not supposed to tamper with this evidence the way it is. And the long stretch to the places to report to is also another issue. Do you see the multiple abuses within a situation that women and girls have to face? What's the easiest shortcut? No matter more sexual abuse, more everything. What kind of future is this person getting at the end of the day? So there are so many issues that break our hearts, but the mere fact that we are all here shows the goodwill of the different stakeholders to address these issues. So I hope that by the time we close on to this dialogue, we'll have a tangible way forward. I'm still contemplating, do we go for a health break? Because we're already stretching on to 10:30. Okay. Do we go for a health break or we're going to the next panel on GPP? We go to the next panel by show of hands, democracy. Okay. By show of hands, how many are in for the panel? I don't want to abuse anyone's right to adequate living in terms of food. Yes. Yes, I feel like we should. That's why I was asking, and that's why I was... Okay, I think my brother from Sorority has said most of the faces in here have traveled long distances, so it's only fair that we break off. But when we break off, let's maintain strictly the 30 minutes. And then after that, we'll delve into the gender-based violence panel, where we'll have a Sorority Member of Parliament, we'll have the Commissioner Ben from Gender, we'll have Kulume Susan and Lomilo Regina, okay? So while we're having tea, let's know that after that we'll go into this panel. We're still seated. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. Of 10? You're sure? Okay, this is where the point of responsibility comes in. The question of who is my neighbor. If you're not seeing your neighbor next to you, please, I need an accountability. Yes, yes, this is also networking. Have you exchanged your numbers? Can you reach out for your neighbor? There are tables which are full. There are tables which are... the one at the back is totally smiling at me. Anyhow, I hope we can account for our neighbors so that they don't miss out on these very important deliberations. So tap onto your neighbor and ask, are you around? Are you the one? Where are you? Yes. Because we're going into a panel discussion, and I think it would be nice to have everybody's attention in, yes? Allow me also acknowledge our friends from Tanzania. We don't take your presence for granted. They're on an exchange learning. Yes, they're on an exchange learning visit, and they're also advancing human rights, especially for women and girls. And probably from the deliberations, we'll learn what is different in Tanzania. What are you doing different in terms of policy and legal reforms around menstrual health, hygiene, and gender-based violence, and also sexual. That word sexual is critical. When we're looking at girls and women, it's beyond the plain GBV that we see. Okay, I see people walking in, so they'll catch us where they will catch us or find us in the interest of time. So allow me to constitute the panel. Send into the policy brief the findings that were shared by Ms. Nuru Nachibuka on gender-based violence in Karamoja and Teso regions, and quite disheartening findings. Quite disheartening, from commodities being scarce to abuse to, you know, the justice pathways being difficult to so many issues. I was looking in and I was like, my God. You know, when you speak from a privileged point of view, you can't wear those shoes until when the story is actually hit hard. And for child trafficking, we can all relate, because if you drive through Kampala on a daily, you will see young girls carrying babies. True, and you reflect on life. In terms of alcohol consumption, when you go to villages, I don't know if it's a way of distraction or running away from responsibilities, but we all know that alcohol consumption comes with very negative effects, especially on families and communities. The high rates of gender-based violence, I kept on jumping, and I was like, we've done a lot of advocacy. What are we not doing right? You know, because the percentages of gender-based violence are not nice at all. Then the issue of government-owned and operational shelter for gender-based violence survivors. This is an issue that we've deliberated on year in, year out. And I hope that we can collectively find a solution as stakeholders in here. The prevalence of female genital mutilation. Again, this is an issue that we've even put in place a law, and there seems to be nothing, maybe something being done, but we see that over time there's cross borders. People cross over to different countries to ensure that they actually have their genitalated in the name of culture. When we look at limited police stations, so much. But if you're really taking in these issues seriously, government should be listening to the pleas and cries that we have resounded in this. So I was just trying to bring us back to the room, yeah? And I hope we're now back into the room and ready for the next session. And that is to be a gender-based violence panel that is going to be constituted by the Sorority City Member of Parliament. Let's clap for him as he takes the stage. And then we have Commissioner from Gender. Benson. We'll have Kulume Susan. and Lomilo Regina. Please take your space. Okay. Thank you. So I'll give us each just a minute to say who you are, change you're bringing into the space, okay? Based on the prevention of gender-based violence, or what we are trying to tackle today, besides the findings, you're going to reintroduce yourself to the audience and tell them why you're passionate about this area of work. Is that fair? Okay, we can start. Yes. Regina can start. Is the mic on?
So alakara no way. Ayakut. Natukata na ikwe naga. How will they translate?
No, someone will come. I don't want to backfire. Teso and Karamoja is quite different. I might lead you into another country.
Yeah.
So let's have a reliable interpreter come in as she speaks to help us understand each other, okay?
Okay, na balakara no way. Balangara ka kiro Lomilo Regina. Abuniti ango alo.
You can sit there and help with interpretation.
She greets everyone. And she says her name is Lomilo Regina. She comes from Napak district, Karamoja.
No yalakara yang ayakut. Loko kwa ngolo kwenne ngolo ngina pe mam nyedolo kinayong.
She's happy to be in such a gathering because she has never had such an experience before.
So ani ngoni tak idolidolio do a lo community ka maga ngakirono ngune tapito e guruguri alakali ampa ine atamara rai breni odolun lalo apani kiana lo community todo lo district paka to kona adolun national level nini pa yini atamara dolun alakara ni arai no way.
Yeah, she's one of a community member who has been fighting so hard to protect women and girls from sexual exploitation, abuse and harassment, and gender-based violence. There are 5 in their group, women champions, who women in their communities. For example, if there is a particular woman who is going through gender-based violence, they move together as a committee and they settle the matter at household level. And she's really so passionate to see that every woman has power and her power is respected. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. I'll move to the next panelist. Alakara Yalama, we shall come back. Bonguniso. Aya.
Thank you so much. Susan Kulume. I am a community-based coach. I come from Chana Kolong, Kuju Parish, Kuju Sub-County in Amuria District. And really, we are the ones on the ground, and we really do some great job. And I'm also very delighted to be here to back up the findings which have been brought in place. Thank you.
Thank you too.
All right, thank you so much. It's a lot of CV. I don't know what I should say. My name is Bernard Mjuni. I'm a policy maker. I've made laws, led to the formulation of laws, policies, programs that you've heard about, empowerment programs in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I advise my minister, the entire ministry, on issues to do with equity and human rights and inclusion. One of my duties commission, for those who know about it, it came out of me. I lost my virginity. and when it was born.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm here to learn and to be coached. Yeah, by the coaches here.
Great.
Thank
And we all learn as every day. Thank you so much for being humble, yet highly blessed. You're welcome. Our next panelist.
I want to thank the organizers of this function. I also want to thank you that the selection of the participants, you have brought us people who interact with the victims daily. And I'm very honored. This is what it means. The other time when we Parliament to Gulu, to Acholi, this is what it means, bringing people to discuss issues in such an environment. Some people say it is a waste of resources to bring people from Karamoja, from Soroti to this environment, but to me, it is a good experience. Our people who have come here, I'm very happy that we are here with the deputy chairperson of the Budget Committee of Uganda. And as we progress, as we go on, I know that to achieve what we want is not one day. It is a concerted efforts of government, of the NGOs, of the donors, the victims, and all of us. So I was contacted last evening. I was on my way to Soroti. Every weekend I'm in Soroti, in the urban constituency of Soroti City, way to Soroti. Then I got a call from a lady called Pamela, a huge lady. She's seated there.
Pamela, we want to see you.
Please stand up for recognition. That lady contacted me on phone. I had not met her before, but I heard her voice. She appeared a huge person. When I came here this morning, I confirmed. And a lady, it was an invitation from a woman. I had to turn back. In fact, I was in the Nile. I was in Jinja. I had to turn back immediately after Parliament. Yesterday we closed Parliament late. Yesterday we closed Parliament around 7:30, so I left. So when she called, I turned and came here because she told me that we are going to get feedback from the eastern part of the country. And to me, being a policymaker, being an area, and I have always banged even tables when it comes to two issues of education and health. I've been very passionate. In fact, there was a time I went crossed with the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, a lady called P.S. Atwin. I crossed with her badly. I get so emotional when it comes to the issue of health, because these people, even if you want to remove your age limit, you remove your term limit, it is okay, but provide us drugs, provide us health services. That's all we care much.
Powerful. I can tell that you're really passionate. The tone says it all. So thank you so much for the sacrifice, crossing the Nile twice.
Exactly.
Return journey before you reach. That's not something we take for granted. Pamela, thank you for sounding, I don't know how, but we are happy that Honorable Member of Parliament is here with us. And we definitely know that your voice in these deliberations will take us somewhere. So with that, I'm very happy to know that my panelists are passionate about the areas that we're going to be discussing. And allow me to just start with Regina. Regina? Yes. You said that you are a group of women in the community that help families that are going through gender-based violence to have their issues resolved. Just to paint to the audience, what are the key areas that are reported within the communities?
A lot of mangun unai ito yonere.
Like the issues when the women come crying, beaten, the girls or families, what are those issues that they normally bring to you for help?
A lot of my local community. I pay. Ani kara era de tai kara e koku. Atamar. Nini abeti itungwane ntori amune amuken. Yoko ya dakitari. Eluaka. Eluana kina. Ala area.
She's saying as they are trying to address those GBV issues, one of the challenges identified is the distance between the community and the health facility, where these people are supposed to get services, especially for survivors of sexual gender-based violence.
Aisha nabo. Yam ya tamar. Katamar to anin be lokoti. Etueni kini tunganan alosti lokoti ani ara elwana mama lokoti bole ye na pak. Era moroto ni de lo de netenyo. Ni tunganglu era detai. Rem ya tamar jala kini tungan ngakiroi tingin. Kotera mam ko ni de lenga. Kotera alwane de da. Ara tarai boring ne ye yai. Tike pedori tungan jika kideta juji kainyo.
So within the same environment, as they are addressing these GBV issues, there is also a challenge of a court system, a functional court system. For example, in a park, you realize that the court is up to Moroto. So like somebody who has complained may not have resources to keep moving around. Maybe, for example, the court has told the person to come next month, another month, so it frustrates the whole efforts to address an issue.
Kanabo, mama na ba wedwa na pak GBV shelters. Neni e pedori ake ngaraki nanyo. Aki dirwari wonia. Ngitunga lungu era detai. So ape mama neni e pedori teki sharia mne ake ganget.
Yeah, she has talked about in the issue paper of lack of a GBV shelter for providing psychosocial support to the survivors.
Okay. Turiam na boya tamar. Ngita liodan. Nishe ikwang luka akiroma. Arai boreng ni ya untonyo. Ya untonyo ke jijela kalia. Ani riamuni atamare mam nyacham tutungana nyo akirumo. Itungani yen ikiritario dalore achi apake damario taringa loop. So nguna itiya kena nguna tarina kuana kan. Achamita kirumu ayong ke tuano kileka. Ani agoni ayong apani akiritarianga nini kanga lupuda. Pako bonga la kale kwade.
So she's talking about conflict within what they are doing and culture. There are some cultural practices, for example, widow inheritance. And she was a survivor. When the husband died, the brother came to inherit her, but she had to refuse. And because she couldn't let in, they had to grab her whatever she had. Like land was taken away, the cows that she had, the people of the man took just because she refused to be inherited. So sometimes there are those cultural practices like forced marriages, where the community sees like when a young girl is still fresh, she has to be given how to attract more cows. So those cultural practices affect the whole service delivery.
Okay. I shena bone didion. Yom ni ya tamar. Etiyak. Alada kitarin ekidioko. Mula ebune tungana ngini era detai. Ke ngara kida tipe gem ya tamare lo di tungana la kan kadia kakadang inge di danu kanguna kem gem ya tamare pedori tungana ke kwa ke na kiboy pakato do yo kara kolong orto chai ke rokonya ni kwa na ngi dolo kino ngedi edio elde wa kai gem ya tamare ko ni tungana ni ara tar dai kamu ti tungana tar nyo akati roto ngi le chingun gem ya tamare ko ni ay roto kini rokonya gem na nyo adio ke ganga kineta la dak tar so itana dak tar talala
So she says, lastly, on the side of the health facility, you realize there are few health workers. So by the time you refer a victim of, for example, like of sexual gender-based violence, defilement, maybe rape has occurred, and you refer the person to the health facility, you realize there are no workers. Maybe the person who was there has to go and rest. The person possibly might have worked the whole night, and then trying to call like this, they tell you, no, I'm not on duty, kindly wait. And you know, we all know that within 72 hours, so beyond that, yeah. So that is one of the challenge.
Okay.
So thank you.
No, she's saying something else?
She wants to bring the solution bit, the action.
We'll come back later.
That's okay.
Sharing your stories as you've lived them. It's very helpful in painting a picture of what we're talking about. Thank you so much. Okay, a round of applause, people. It takes courage. Takes courage to come here and share with all your heart in, yeah? So thank you so much for sharing. I will come back to the actions later in terms of solutions, Regina. Helama. Okay, I'll move to Kulume. You're a community-based coach. Yes. I'm really just interested in terms of understanding while you're at your day-to-day duties, what are those issues that you interface with, and what are the age gaps of people who are seeking for your services?
Thank you so much. I want to start with thanking Sehad for organizing this dialogue, and our team from Kifad and Weltunga for bringing us. Really, on the ground, there are very many things that happened, and we incur them day by day as we go through. And it is really something so touching. The most affected are mostly young girls and age of 12 to 18, and then the women like 25 to 40 there, mostly are the ones we always receive their reports. The most thing which is so touching is these men are running away from their responsibilities. A man wakes up in the morning, goes to drink, leaves the wife behind. Now it is this woman to start looking for food, maybe even shelter for the kids, education, health. All those responsibilities are left for only women in the village there. And the man is just there taking alcohol, just like it was cited. They can really take.
There's a serious problem there.
Yeah, they can take. And now when he becomes drunk, you know that there is going to be a serious. The access to justice is very long process. It takes long, even if when like you report a case, it takes some long time, and at the end of it, the victim just ends up giving up, because they tell you tomorrow again, you come back. That word there, come back. That one is there. So justice, access is very long process. And then also there is a lower support from the government to these entities like police, Because sometimes when we report these cases to police, they don't have transport sometimes. And they want us to put hand inside our pockets to pull it. So sometimes it becomes very hard. Maybe I've quarreled with my husband because he has sold the cassava. Now again, I have to sell more cassava, more than even the one he has sold, to go and pay for transport for the police to come. So maybe if government can do something about that. And also, just like it was cited, to add for us these police stations, even if like we don't, at least they can give us some support, psychological support. That one is even much better. At least when we report the cases, then we get that support. Even that is just enough. So government has to do something good about that.
Okay.
Just like my colleague said, still our cultures are a problem. As in Teso, if a girl gets pregnant, that one is pushed to marry. They don't take you back to school only, which is very bad, which affects the future of our children. They leave us down on the ground. So priority number one for them is cows, which is not all that good. And the men, men take sex as their priority, privileged. We don't have a right for sex. Like if we don't want sex, we don't have a voice. It just bumps into you, even if you don't want.
Resettlement safe space in Moroto. A very big one. Actually, it's a 6 billion, I think 6 billion facility. One-stop center, together with Ministry of Justice, rehabilitation, resettlement, and reintegration of these children. At the district, there are structures for settling this matter. At the center here is for policy, linkage, and guidance and support. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I was getting concerned when you talked about taking the meat back to the fire. Sometimes it may be dead meat. Anyway, but I think it's a yes, because sometimes why these shelters matter to us is damage control, because you may not have a second chance to come back to life, you know. But I like that you're mentioning about a safe space that is a one-stop center in Moroto. And I also like the fact that you clarify, because we've been restless, you know, why isn't government taking the issue of shelters seriously? Because GBV cases, when you look at the police reports every year, you know, those are the same issues that keep coming back to us. And while we appreciate the household approach of the fact that some victims never get a second chance, and the shelters are interim. I think when I was starting my career, I was one of the first GBV shelter officers, legal officers in Boise with Action Aid. I don't know if you're familiar with it. You are? Yes, so you could tell the difference that these shelters create for women and girls. Of course, we also face challenges of long term where the person shifts and you don't know what to do next. These are school-going children. They need to feed. They need to bathe. In summary, it's a huge investment that has to be thought through deeply. So thank you so much for that share, that we are thinking of a one-stop of referrals. Now, my next will go to the Honorable Member of Parliament, the urban sorority. Yeah? You have listened to the women's voices, you have listened to the commissioner and the helm where these policies are made, the laws, but also budgets are passed, be it in the health, be it in the education. Do we take into consideration contextualized issues that come from the communities while we are deliberating on some of these issues. Because me, I'm heading to now implementation. We have very beautiful laws, but what is it that we are not doing right, especially from the voices on ground as a representative? Thank you.
Again, I want to thank you for this engagement. But I want to start from Commissioner. Commissioner, I want to thank you. You've said KCCA is working with you, or they're underutilizing you. We have areas where we can go and keep the street children, the street children, the street men, or street families. But I don't know whether you as KCCA or as government have we found out why these people are on the streets. Because if you took these ones today, another team came tomorrow. Took these ones today, another team came tomorrow. Why are these people on the streets? Even before you think of taking them to Kapiringiza. And most of the people on the street, it used to be, I have seen a bit of discrimination. Even when you hear leaders talking, they are saying the Karamojongs are on the streets. But people who are on the street are not only Karamojongs. We have the Teso on the streets, we have the Baganda on the streets, we have the Banyankolo on the streets, we have the Congolese on the streets. But when you hear people talk, you say that Karamojongs are on the streets. So I think we need to start from there. That's already gender-based violence. So that we say, let us get people who are on the streets, not necessarily saying the Karamojongs. Number one. Number two, I am going to approach this matter in advise you, first of all, that this is not only limited to Teso or Karamoja. It is actually it is a global problem. It's a national security matter. So I want to appeal to you, maybe after Karamoja, you also go to Acholi, go to Lango, and make it a national program. You have not told us where the national, I see national policy dialogue, but you have zeroed it to only Karamoja and then Teso. But it's a general problem.
Just to clarify, I have scopes and geographical areas of interest. So this one was like focusing in Teso and Karamoja.
Okay.
So it was not a deliberate leaving out of other districts.
I am going to approach this matter on gender-based violence, but I'm going to look at health as a sector in the country. Let me start. I am going to start to speak with a lot of respect and pain. I start here that we have our chairman, deputy chairman of the National Budget Committee of Parliament. Our budget of health has continued to deteriorate over time. I was going through my record this morning, and I will start from the year 2020. Our budget of 2019 to 2020 was 6.7% of our national budget. It is somewhere improved in 2020, 2022, 23. We gave you a trillion, which represented 7.7% of our national budget. It dropped in 2023 to 2024. We gave you 3.2, which was 6.5%. It has further dropped dramatically and significantly. 2024 budget, this one we are going to implement, 2024-2025, it has dropped to only 3.0, representing 4.1% of our national budget. So this is a very big problem. We can't expect the Minister of Health to implement this, if we are not giving you money. I want to start from that note, so that the people who are here will not say our MPs are not doing their work. We are doing what it takes but our government has failed to know its priorities. Let me be formal that the provision of free sanitary pads, not only to the school-going children, but also to all the Ugandan girls, is a very crucial matter, and it affects the whole country. It is evident, I'm happy I've seen the former Member of Parliament, Kataquiz here, the Honorable Akurut Viola is here. It is evident the government has not prioritized this initiative. Primarily when you hear people talking, they say that it is due to the budget constraints. I contest because I sit in Parliament and I know the money we collect as a country. It is not about the budget constraint, but it's about our government failing to know its priorities. Number one. Number two, we would even be able to fund our budget as a country without donor funding. If our government, if the people who are running were prioritizing the issues and the matters in the country. I am going to say that in April 2020, and we have kept reminding government, in April 2020, our government, through the Minister of Education and Sports, the Honorable Janet Kataha Museveni, announced that government was going to start providing free sanitary pads to school-going children. But I say it here without fear of contradiction, that not even a single pad has reached any school in the country. Maybe in Katakwi, maybe in Karamoja, but not even a single pad has reached any school. Wonder how then do you come and make a national pronouncement, yet you are not ready or you're not prioritizing. Not only the Minister of Education, the Chief Executive Officer of the country, President Museveni, while campaigning in Lango, he announced that if re-elected, his government was going to prioritize the distribution of free sanitary pads all over the schools in the country. That has not happened. It is now 3 years of this term. Nothing has happened. So how do you want people now to take you serious if you cannot provide the free sanitary pads? In fact, even if government wanted to charge, government would charge other things, but make the sanitary pads free. You go to the hospitals, to the supermarket. Sanitary pads, I think now is it 3 point something? Is it 3,500? Yeah?
I think from 2,500 to 10,000 shillings.
2,500 to 10,000 shillings. Sometimes I buy for my people, for my girls.
There's an
You know that
interjection?
men also have their days.
Yes.
We go into our days every month. We have bad days.
Financial periods?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm wondering. But they
So-
don't. But those bad
Really?
days don't affect the sexual days and okay.
Really, I am a bit disturbed. 100% of our girls report to primary one. Let me say 100% report to primary one. Those who join primary one. Committee of Health. Only 57 complete studies. The question we ask, where are the other 43% of the girls? Where do they go? Unfortunately, nobody from government, including the Minister of Health, has ever counted for those children. Where do those children go? They drop out of school.
Honorable, we meet with Ministry of Education and Health and Gender. Looking at it from a point of the oversight role of Parliament too, because we definitely know the government has its responsibilities, but I want us to come back to Parliament.
I am part of government. That's why I'm talking like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I am part of government and not only local.
So the tracking accountability.
Yeah. I'm part of government
Yes.
and not only local, not government, but central government. Yeah, the government chaired by General Museveni. So that is where I am coming from. Some of these children drop out of school because their parents cannot afford to buy for them sanitary pads. And they drop out of school. The other day, I had a pronouncement that we should start providing milk and food to our children. What an insult. If we cannot provide them sanitary pads, how are we going to provide them milk? Really, people who, how? And you find that we have officials in government. There are people who write for this and tell the head of state to make an announcement. And then the president goes and announces that we ask you to start providing milk and food. If we cannot provide a pencil,
In
a
flasks.
pen,
In flasks.
by the way, in flasks, you cannot provide a pen and a paper and a book for your child. Now they're asking you to provide milk and food. What an insult. We have failed to provide sanitary pads. So these are some of the things that I speak frankly and from my heart. That as a government, somewhere, we are not doing what we should be doing. We know that 48% of our children in the country under 18 are under 18. 48%. Under 18. These are the ones who are in primary and the secondary schools. If you walked now to the toilets here in Hotel Africana, you'll find condoms are there in the toilets. Why don't you provide for us sanitary pads in those areas? In Parliament, we have condoms everywhere. Honorable Leper, you know it. In our washrooms everywhere, we have condoms. They provide. I even wonder which people use them. But we have condoms. It's on record. We provide condoms in our washrooms. But we cannot provide sanitary pads in our washrooms. I think these are some of the priorities that we as government we need to do. My suggestion, and I have said this to government, I've written papers about this. If government cuts down on its wasteful expenditure, 1, 2, the expensive festivities. Today you hear celebrating birthdays, and we are spending 1 trillion. Today you hear the wife of the president is celebrating birthday, we are spending money. Today you hear that the son of the president, CDF, is celebrating a birthday, we are spending money. Today we have a lot of public holidays. We have the Elders' Day, we have the what day, more than any other country in the world. We are having public holidays almost every week, and we are spending money. You see this, the lady, the president of Tanzania, she has cut down on public holidays, on public functions, like by 0.5%. Then this money is taken back to the national economy. Let me tell you, tomorrow you'll wake up in the morning and hear that the last daughter of the president celebrating what? Birthday, and it's a public holiday, and we're using government money to facilitate this. Then you wonder, where are our priorities? I am not talking about this because of anything, but we have seen this. Last week there was a celebration in Nakaseke. Not long ago there were celebrations here in Lugogo. So, are these important to us now? If you don't celebrate your birthday, will you die? In any case, some of them even do not know their birthdays. But we keep spending money. So, in April, I can say this. In April 7th, 2001, where our governments must be committed to whenever they make any promise. In April 2001, the African Union governments, including Uganda, adopted the Abuja Declaration, in which they set a target of allocating 15% of their national budgets to improve the health care. In Uganda, we are talking about 4.1%. 4.1%. Yeah.
The health budget?
For this year.
4.1?
Yes. I am saying this, I will repeat it. I don't drink, I don't smoke. So I will repeat the same tomorrow.
Serious.
It is serious.
Yeah.
I am talking like this because I know my chairman of the national budget is here.
I think we'll get a commentary from the chair.
And he will come here.
Yes, I think I'm very interested in hearing from the chair. The budget, vice chair, budgeting committee,
Yes.
yes.
So not even a half of the 15% that we committed in the Abuja Declaration. 4.1% is quite disheartening. That's the other thing that I want to say. And the trend, as I conclude, it is very important for us as a nation, as a people, that we prioritize our health. Where do we get money for? People go to the hospitals. People go for treatment. Where does this money come from? That 43% of this money that we are spending on health comes from our pockets.
Pet expenditure.
It comes from us. So if you don't have the money, you will die. Government is only giving us 15%. Therefore,
And
I can tell you with a lot of...
the no health insurance scheme law,
It is not there. Nobody can accept it here.
but it came before Parliament.
It has been, they have declined it several times. It has been shelved over years. But that would be the only thing to guarantee the treatment for everyone in the country. Whether you're poor, whether you're rich, national insurance scheme is what we need in Uganda.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. My mother died, and it traumatizes me up to today. My mother sick. I carried her while urinating. I carried my mother wet and took her to the hospital. I took her to Dr. Plaza. From Dr. Plaza, she needed to be put on oxygen. My good doctor, Dr. Tolu, referred us to Soroti Referral Hospital. When we reached Soroti Referral Hospital, my mother was put on telio. Power went off. My mother died when I was seeing her because of power blackout. These are things that we could manage. If we had a standby generator in a hospital like Soroti, Soroti is a regional referral hospital attending to over 3 million people, but there is no standby generator. So I saw that pain. Up to now, it keeps coming back to my eyes. And then I am here as a national member of parliament, and I'm not here. I'm not helping the situation. I feel very bad. Sorry. But finally, let me go here. Women who are here, I want to thank you. And all over the world. Women have become providers.
Sadly.
Women are taking care of their families. I represent a constituency where there are about 61% women. And in my own humble way, there are over 400, 500 women groups. In my own humble way, I have been able to support each group with the leave I've heard from them. Men have stopped doing their work. Women are providing. The calls I get daily from morning up to morning, 90% to 95% of the calls I'm getting are from women. What are they asking? My child is sick. What are they asking? I failed to pay school fees of my child. What are they asking? I failed to do this. They are not even saying a child. They are saying my child. Women have even gone ahead to own children because they are the ones who are providing. Men have left women. And it's a very big problem. This money of PDM, how I wish that government had thought about it. But because we went to implement it hurriedly. You know, when the PDM came, 100 million is huge money per quarter in a parish. Huge money. If only we had identified the women groups and pumped this money. Can you imagine 100 million every quarter and we are pumping it to the women groups? Women would have been able to get better. Okay. But today, it's a different story. Then to my sister, I heard you saying that come, pop, they want to enter. Men, let's also not just go and enter.
Knock.
Yes.
Knock, yes.
Let us knock.
Knock once, twice.
That was, yeah.
Yes.
Let us knock once, knock twice.
Thrice.
2, she is your wife.
Or
but
partner.
then, like we said, what these women go through, you do not know. A woman wakes up at 4 in the morning. She's preparing the children to go to school. Then the children go. After the children have gone to school, she's getting breakfast. After breakfast, you go. She and out, because I'm talking about a woman who is not working. Forget about the others who go to offices. By the time you go, she's here at home.
Mom,
she's doing washing. She's mopping the house. Yeah. She's doing what? That woman who is in the village, who is not working, she's both the wife and the housemaid. And she's doing all this work.
Yeah.
And then remember, she's everything.
Yes.
And then again, you want to make her both your wife and a sex worker? This is very bad. And these men are here. A man will go, let me tell you, a man, women have very huge hearts. A man will go and smoke. A man will go and drink. A man will go and take jay, bangi. A man will go and take chewing gum. A man will go and do waraji. And then he comes and
With that
puts the
cocktail.
same mouth to the woman's
To
mouth.
kiss.
And the woman will accept. And then that one day, a woman will not go and report.
Okay.
That is gender-based violence, but a woman will not go and report.
Okay.
So it's a very big problem. Church, let us speak. Women, let us speak. And then we will do our part. What we are going to do as representatives, we will make these recommendations. Even this one here, I am going to personally interest. You invited me here. You're not asking me to take this information anywhere. But I'm going to volunteer this information that after here, I am going to share with the chairman of the Parliamentary Committee of Health. I am going to share this information with the Speaker of Parliament. And I'm going to share this information with a number of, especially recommendations. If you could do the recommendation in text, so that it's easier for us to make a follow-up.
Okay.
I speak not only as a leader, I am a father. I have 5 children. 5, and I started a bit early. My boy is now in Teso College, is in senior 5.
Wow.
I was only 23. That was not correct, but I started early. So
as long as it was consensual.
Yeah, I started early. It was consent. I married a mother, 10 children, 10 cows. It was consent.
Okay.
And people who are here, I make a commitment that I will support this initiative whenever I will get the podium. Because mine is, I will not give you money, but mine is whenever I will get a microphone, I will speak. Whenever I'll get any platform, I will speak.
Water to bring it like Ajono and the rest. This one is ready. Just putting in a glass or putting on a bottle top and you take it. And it gives you also false energy because, it is broken down very fast and it gives you energy. And it can make that. We have also observed in Karamoja, other than gender-based violence, alcohol. There are also alcohol-related cattle raids. Someone drinks alcohol and gets the false hope, feels he can go and do that. So it has those effects. I just wanted to emphasize how serious alcohol is. While we are trying to make these bylaws, this is for the district leaderships and the rest. While we are still trying to make those bylaws maybe to be approved by the Attorney General chambers and that sort of thing, I think there's a need to start talking to the communities. There should be community dialogues. Because it's a very serious thing. For us, when we go to talk to the community, the only way you can refresh with them is there has to be jerrycans of alcohol there. So it is serious. So I think something should be done through community engagements so that we arrest this situation. About the transiting of children or people of the street, I've particularly with my colleagues from Karamoja, from especially in a park. Most of these people you get from Karamoja, most of them, I think over 95% are from one district, from Napak. And actually, even from 2 sub-counties from Napak, the ones you find here. And this is just a message to you, Minister of Gender. The transition, you just pick these kids, take them maybe to prison immediately after that. In fact, they pick them from the streets, take them to Koblin 1 week, and they integrate them. These kids need a lot of psychosocial management.
Yeah.
You can't take those kids in 6 months and integrate them in the communities. I've gone to Masulita, talked to them, and interacted with them. That's not enough time. These kids need a lot of psychosocial support for a long time. Then you reintegrate them into the communities. And I think these are the issues that should be raised. We had an interaction with them in Masulita. And then during our passing shots, we told them, what can we do for you? They just told us, just take us back to the streets. We are making losses.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's what they told us. We are making losses by staying there. Take us back to the streets. So it is that serious. I've even interacted with them in the streets of Nairobi. One time I went with a woman MP, Honorable Nakut, to Nairobi for a committee engagement. But we took time to go and meet those ones in Nairobi. Of course, one thing I can say is, one good thing about those is, those ones go and work, unlike these ones who actually do. But the problem is transition to work. You know, they first learn in Eastleigh, before they get work, they have to live in their verandas, and that's when they get abused. And still, in fact, even to engage with those ones, they even had to tell us, let's first agree on the rules of engagement, that one, you will not take us back. Okay? So the push factors are also quite very, very immense. So they really need that bit of transition, adequate transition before they are integrated into the communities. Finally, I just want to say, as a leader in this country, we take note of this, and just be sure that I will be your ambassador wherever there is such. And when there is an opportunity, please don't hesitate to bring us on board with my colleague. We shall champion this particular issue during this national budgeting process in any interaction. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I can see already some commitments coming through already, so we don't take these commitments lightly. I can assure you, SEHAD will follow up and relentlessly. But I think just genuinely to thank you for really listening in and taking these issues to heart and giving us a tip that it's around that time when you're ready, starting to think and plan for the budgets and the policy frameworks under different sectors shall be informing your decisions. I like the fact that you picked this issue on. So we hope that something will be done eventually.
To assure you that if the interactions with, normally when we are in this planning process, we also interact with other stakeholders, not necessarily the MDS. And if you are within the loop, we won't hesitate to invite some of you so that you express those issues. They will really touch those people because they will come from you, not directly from me.
Please, SEHAD and its partners, this is a very great opportunity where we have interfaces with decision makers, and I think that's one of the key areas for us to follow up from these deliberations. Thank you so much. Okay, I know that we are thirsty for sharing. Can I have hands up, because I'm going to try to limit time. And I'll look at one corner, 1, 2, 3. In terms of participation, feedback. Can I have a rough idea of how many people want to speak? We're going to limit, okay? Okay. Okay. Now, because this is sharing and we've taken our time to come here, I'm going to just request that while we are sharing, we respect time. Time. Let's try to keep this sharing within one limit, like 1 minute, stretch to 2, but don't repeat a lot. If something has been said by someone else, tell us something else. Is that fair? Okay. So how many hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll keep it to 7. So when you hear something else that is interesting, you write a cheat. Okay, Mr. Semakula. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I respect the 1 minute and quickly comment on the following. One is the issue of free pads. It is really a serious challenge. And since it was a promise, we still expect that promise. Just like Jesus told us he was coming soon, and we're still eager to receive him. But also to mention that there are many efforts government is trying to use to reach out and support the girls, because menstruation is not only about the pad, it is also about other things, norms, practices, gadgets, and also all those things. So government is trying to reach out in different ways to train the girls, to train the senior women, to empower them with skills even of making the pads they can make as we wait for that promise to come through. But I should also mention that as we speak, GBV, we seem to focus more on girls and women, but it is a clear fact that women and boys also experience GBV in many circles, but we rarely talk. I've had friends in the regions of Karamoja and Teso who are even far high ranked, and to my surprise, those who are even more high ranked have more stigma to speak out. You can find the lay people, the lay men and lay boys mentioning what they can, but when it comes to people in authority, a commissioner is being abused, an inspector of police is being abused, but you can't mention, because after all, what will the world say? Otherwise, we are glad to be here. I'm sorry to say that our participant at the panel in the afternoon is caught up in another critical discussion on monkeypox. And as education, we are very interested, so she may not make it, but we are with you in the discussion all the way. Thank you.
Mr. Semakula, GBV against men and boys. As we want you to be allies, we are tired of you being perpetrators. But thank you. That's a very critical area to think about in terms of methodology and approach. Okay, finally, from this side, we're done.
Thank you so much. Once more, I am Akengo Angela for the district chairperson Katakwi. I want to give a round of applause to the organizers for this program. Straight away, permit me talk about the already existing police stations. I ever met those polling stations are there. We realize police stations are there. We realize that there is still a gap of manpower. The officers that are there, they are very few in a way that they are not able to make it to the expectation. How I wish the government could make sure that each and every police post or police station, there should be personnel of like 12 to 15 people would help us cover the gap that we have. Again, I want to talk about the shelter. As Katakwi local government, we have always tried to make sure that in every budgeting, we at least budget some money to see that we cater for our mothers who are really affected. Like last financial year, we had a budget of 5 million. This current running budget, we are budgeted for like 4 million. But of course, that money is not enough compared to the rates that we have of 3,300 something plus. We need the government at least to, at times when they're also planning, we should see that the budget is catered for the women's shelters, at least to establish as per the policy is trying to tell us. Finally, the issue of the alcoholism. As Katakwi district, local government, that was in my term of 2016, we made an ordinance to see that if maybe people want to go and drink, they should begin drinking like maybe at 3 o'clock after they have done all the gardenings. But our communities have just become wild. When you continue talking about that, they will tell you, it is because you are well off. For us, when we drink, it helps us at least forget some of the issues we may be having. I beg to stop there.
Thank you so much. For me, I come in at the point of the cultural engagement and cultural discussions. I'm glad that some of the institutions have been brought on board, but how I wish that this trickles down all the way from the national level. That would give more funding to the cultural institutions, not just to talk about the kings and the what. We've seen that locally as we engage in the community, some of these issues, if we empowered and gave like knowledge to these cultural leaders, they would be handled around the family setting. As Minister of Gender, for us, always feel so good of having family-centered engagements. So if the ministry is given more money, I believe that it will also trickle down to the lower levels where community-based services is handling matters related to cultural leaders and GBV and teenage pregnancy. Because the low parenting responsibility of parents is all coming from the members in these families. I'm also requesting that at the time of, for us to be able to ensure that children stay at school, it is always through having them like reduce the rate at which they get exposed to teenage pregnancy. So the same as economically strengthening women, they can become able to stand out and report any case of gender-based violence. Imagine a redundant woman who is not knowledgeable, does not know anything, is not exposed. She will die inside her house. We've seen women dying inside their houses. just because they don't have whatever it takes for them to be able to reach out. So let's engage and empower so much the cultural institutions with programs that help them to bring on board families that they'll be able to manage at some level. I know sometimes that the barriers are getting so many, but with a committed environment we get in from national to local level, we can always be able to champion some of those issues. So for some of the programs that have come on board, let's try to ensure that, for example, my MP already mentioned the issue of PDM. While we have the 30% for women, I think it's paramount that even as we are there as a community, let's monitor, is the woman doing something?
Thank you.
Because we've seen some women receiving. We've tried as local governments to really give. But also, if we don't support each other at the community level, some of these women get and also take to the center. And it's very difficult to change a woman who dances in the center. How I wish we live a life that is able to depict who you are as a lady. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. One final hand here, then we shall sum up and come back a bit because we need to save a bit of time.
Klahra ni arai no ya oda dolu ni arai to manige ni arai na pe pan pa yi ni anige akra straight to ngida pato ko auto apakalalo abongo kini awadio una egala kala to ma akro ke tuli alcohol kingarak na da ngi to nganige aguntori akro ke tuli una ko ne tabito kari mojo bala kari mojo no ngida o me tuli kara to ne tuli tamaro egwelo industries ke tuli da kebi kana boko na ebune to na pa ala kampala na to ma industries poto to tolom to pa kampa pa karmojo amaga nya da para tororo to da pa mbale bu pa ka jik to bilibili ni amaga asang to ko den ala la ka ma ste tuli mama ki mojo ne la kara to na ngi tubo e tuli ana kana na ga kejo kaya unta ka ne ku da ta mata to kara sai ki nyupo de bi to lo ti ya na te de tuli otren karmojo da ki deun ada unta ring ketunga duta na ara wuri nyari nge wuri ete nge da to kada de donge yodi una ke tuli amuntori ane la lo kai pup nga kra una jo akanege da nu kwanguna.
Thank you for she has only repeated on the issues of alcoholism, and she says that alcohol has killed the people of Karamoja, and for her she's putting emphasis on government that very many industries who are making this alcohol are here in the city. But how comes that this alcohol leave the city and leave all those other places? Passes Jinja, passes Mbale, passes Tororo, and find itself in Karamoja. Our people in Karamoja, they are taking a lot of alcohol. Secondly, they are not eating. As we know, there is no food in Karamoja. Then the alcohol in Karamoja has affected the communities of Karamoja. People are not even producing. People are just drinking and sleeping. So
men are not fulfilling their sexual.
They are not. Alcohol has just finished them. They are just there sleeping. So that is the main issue which
Thank
has
you.
raised.
Thank you.
Actually, Mama emphasized the need to tighten the entry points of this waraji to the region. There is that need to tighten.
Okay.
Yeah, the checkpoints.
Okay.
Where this alcohol passes to reach.
And I think someone mentioned earlier on the alcohol bill, like that law is very important, but also bylaws, because when we're deliberating, they're looking at it from a capitalistic point. You know, the businessmen are looking at it from their pocket point, but not from the community-based issues point or health. So thank you so much, Ayala
Maybe
Manoi.
to add on the ordinance, Moroto and Napak are already on the process, and I'm told the ordinance is already with the Attorney General, and Sehad promised to make a follow-up. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's also another action point that is coming through from these discussions in terms of ordinances that we shall have to follow up. Okay.
Alakara no way. Lakara ngabizi anu da dang luare inu well. Sure toko well tunga. Akira una kita bitodo ang aber. Akira una boko ya di ibore ini talalata no woing guruguru ya lakalia. Ara ichi bore ne a uni guruguru lakal. Yeni yo tamara kamera dinge tungwa to yadi yo na kamera bon. Ane yanga kurudi ala kale mambore ne tingi toto kwa beru. Ya mambore ngini ya uni ngini ajo kala kalnya iria muni ya tamar. Ani kanya mitongi do akuru. Kama mambore ne le muni toto. E buni roba egili ane ne bunyo. Ikidi chi yota mara nyani ba ki moja lakal. Ani bo ibore ni joko jika loto ma edin kapolo. Atalo joko tau dadang korin kapolo yo dadang alakara tara dolun. Neni konne Kampala nyalo mara na kaizini ekote ni na pei kolong. Ka alakara no woi a business retok rujagina ka wel tunga. Ki ganga mane edin aberu. Ikwa kona ngurupa lu ne tatami suretok ne inagin itinga beru e business ukwa ngedukanin ikwa iboreng ni arai ikwa kudang ni yalo school inagin ya zabuni ani ara getting itu toto idio bore edio ne yalo buko na ani atakanete edio doli togi yalu ngimga toya lakal iriamuni yota marangini iboreng inda dang enyi pune gurgur aloto mangalia ani boko na ite yora Dakar moja ngone ni koni emamye kone ne etabakina etule biro boreng ni jedai ikera ginto ngi moya kelota tom na pana yakar mojong eritu na bare etule buto munyangar mojong ani arai emambore mujete etiono boreng no woi ka ke no morite dang na boko na nga tugu dang na pana ting to ngar mojong gurguru ar ko tera ngajore dio rikata redege nyona iboreng ni ngarakite ya wadang to tingi tata to idio bore yau na idio bore jagi wag na ngitunga lo grupo kwa kona ngaiti grupo lu pe bo na koryo ngitunga ngitili ngade boko paris model nyeri amara bang ngitunga dadang ni arage ye idio bore ne ting to ngedi ajok to lima ari ye na ya pe na bone tabito nguna ngidwe ikwa tapaj ko ziroi ako kyan ngidwe ko terenga gra ngamoru ara iriamuni yo tamara ngamoru ngedi esti ato ngetunga tamar goria ke mojini ya muja alakal ngidwe lupeilu pagi wage ne lo zugulo ngidwe ko di lupeina ngite bedra dan jakar moja ne boko yadi to kona kilo to yo ko diro inen eti anga panya ina ngidwe ada wana rozi ko terenga grong na ka ke boko ngiboken anna ngidwe ngul pagi ai won wani abukan lo joko ta wesi ada pagi ai won wani ngidwe lu ake ya lo skulo ringa cacik ni kar mojong tubutonyo ni kaca kitila ngape zurdang pake awun wani lo zukulo ringa cangkar mojong aji ke potono rete itu walu belu ngona digno kiari oji galo ko ziroi ko terengi dua le potono rio ni karungi tomon akanyare ngkan kauni ikiri kaun do aji kita marabeng nyobo iruara yadi ikwa umedes kata mar ikwa ngurupa ngula zureto kata mar ni potono rete ngi dua nyobe nyamio do Kilimu yong, hara boreng ini akit. Lagi ni kerio nai.
So, in summary, she appreciates the approach of grouping women and using them to champion interventions surrounding GBV, addressing them within the community, but also empowering these women, at least with some businesses, so that they can be in position to support their families. Then lastly, the point that she really heard out is about children. There are some children in Moroto around Kosiroi. If we went right now, there are so many of them of school going age. So you realize these children are there and they're sexually exploited. They cannot go to school because their parents can't afford. So on that voice, she's like, we also need to advocate for compulsory boarding school for these children in Karamoja, because their future is at stake. Yeah.
Satisfied with that interpretation? You are nodding, so that should be okay. Okay, we're about to wind up the hands. We are going on to the next brief. After him, we'll come back here, and those will be the last hands. Thank you.
So, Edward Karamoja Kotero limu akre jok ne ara nyaka ita pakalo dukulu. Na iya ni adolni anege oria matemareke joko dukulu. Achamiti ayongon kadwe etodium. Na i actually stoko nangine yei. Aloto ma idukulo ngule yakade na kiboidi okodi. Emame awaya. Alo dukulu angiche. So ishe bore ngine ya uningi de apudono reringa de kangini. Nere mama awaya ngine uatangi de lo dukulo. Kwa kone dukulu ngole yei ni kodi. Ngole boko ikawri kagine. Mama awaya. Mam taringe perete ngide ngulu lu ara ngulu boko ngulu perete lo dukulu. Mamete nkai. Ya barito bo iriamu ni bo yo ngire ria ngulu atempi. Lu angi ministai. Yamuni bo yongo emilimilete. Ido itema yong ko dilinga monongulu. Edere do akechi. Elo de todo kechi todo bana ina tange chedo ebona. Kechedo ebona pornore te tarkinga kidiom. Luko adi mono te de kana lo chania. Ana bonga chia kronguna ngirotin. Yamni yong to ulu eboko yebe na kenta agiti yang rotin. Itiya tabal ko tere moina bo nitiya gine roto to ba gine jok. Itiya tabala ko tere karungolo moina bola ngibelinga. O bonguna be tichine peine. Mam nitiya we rukude ngole ara ngolo ruba. Ido ibore ngine chamita pidi to ye yaki yokino. Mere do duai. Yo dio kapolonda da ngolo tingite konti. Kitiya ngara kingetunga. Ani bongori yolo ngolo a police. Ala kaginte tule. Ina kamuni etule ina kana nyilinga. Todo de tule ngolo temare be bukorio. Tara bonga kipe bukorio. Todo de tule na bongolo te kina tolot. Ichamite de tomu nyaro din Karamoja pote de Roma Karamoja. Roma ngalupua. Ngatu ko de daun. Ngatu ani pane bunya ale maringa tomia. Amaria tenkia ini dan kangi ngoria amaria tangatu. Yamuni atamara ni kamuni atunganda ngole de chitingole raya I prison. Tabara tole mga milioni ngare, tole mga milioni ngawuni. Wotere talaka kene na be kokolan. Haklo mana akia prison kete amaret. Ola ni nyamina bokari mojo ngakoro. Yauna kengara kene. So ngakronguna mamnye pedor ta yoni Karamoja kere ngedo yei.
Okay.
Tiyatagi yogna ala kara.
Aya, yalama.
He heard out 3 points. The first one, he talked about the security in schools, where he aired out some schools in his community which don't have the fence. I can also confirm to that. There was a school I went. Yes, they constructed the boarding facilities, but there are no pupils. The reason being, the community started encroaching and demanding for these girls, telling the head teacher, stop keeping our girls, these are our women. So the girls were not safe, they had to withdraw from school. So there is also need to reconsider that. Most schools in Karamoja are not fenced. And you know the security there is not good. Yeah, and then he talked about accessibility of the roads, especially to institutions that are giving services of sexual gender-based violence. For him, he emphasized more on the transparency on the side of road maintenance, because there could be some specific amount of money. For example, 1 billion is allocated to maintain certain roads that lead to these services, but only for the roads to end up in the same state. Like there is no transparency when it comes to road maintenance. And then lastly, talked about the insecurity in Karamoja, which has as well exacerbated gender-based violence. Now you realize the men leave, and of course they end up dying. Because when they leave the family, you as a woman, you don't guarantee he's coming back. He will either end up there or he comes back. Those were the points that he raised.
Woman MP, where is that place? Kaliro.
Thank you so much, our moderator today. Allow me to say all protocol observed. My name is Namukta Brenda. I am the woman member of Parliament, Kaliro District, and a champion of GBV. I would like to appreciate all stakeholders in this house. I think we should clap for ourselves. It has been a wonderful session because you can see how people are expressing their feelings now, and you just picked out a sector. What if you go down in the villages? You can see the heat. So I would like to appreciate as all people who have attended this session, and as leaders, my honorable colleague has spoken about something to do with budgeting. We need to put more emphasis on budgeting. The issue of pads, issue of skilling, security, these issues have all been outlined. Police stations, When you go to a police station, you find that some policemen, when you register something like maybe gender violence, it is taken lightly until it reaches a point of threatening violence. That's when people get concerned. It is a big challenge to the communities. Then we have the issue of parenting, low parenting. We need to put more emphasis, and the leaders here, let the information we've shared here not remain in these boardrooms. Let us share outside, because the YC, it's like you've made a certain selection of people. Let us go and talk to our people. I think being aware about something, it limits violence. The other issue is that poverty. When you look at most of the issues that have been mentioned here, we need more empowerment. And we have to empower both men and women as leaders. Because we overemphasize the girl child empowerment and women empowerment, that's how men are becoming more violent and lazy. I'm sorry, Honorable Jonathan, but these things are making men to act in funny ways. For you are an example, a good example. He's a role model to the boys.
Okay.
The other issue is teenage pregnancies and cultural institutions, alcoholism. I would like to encourage people here. Me, I'm from Busoga sub-region. They were talking about alcohol. It is countrywide. It is countrywide. Because if you go in those all local areas, people drink from morning to evening.
So is it an epidemic, endemic?
Karamoja people were saying it is worse. Now the whole country knows, before even mentioning Busoga. They say Busoga is worse.
Yes.
Because for us we have sugarcane, and it is
processed,
processed from sugarcane.
Yes.
We
To
don't even
Karamoja.
wait for this one.
Okay.
However, I would like to conclude.
Yes.
GBV has no class.
Yeah.
We should all stand up for the women at all levels. You see, even in the elite class, if people start pouring their problems to the community, I just know that everyone has issues. We just contain. I would like to thank the development partners to our country. And I would like to encourage you to move on, to carry on, to encourage our women in Uganda. Lastly, we are all human beings. And as leaders, we need to increase on the budget of mindset change.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. We are all wounded. Finally. Now, you people are really going to... I know these issues are interesting, and once we start, everybody has something to say. Okay. If we use 1 minute strictly, right? Because also, I want our members of parliament to hear in. I don't want to lose the crowd because of time, yeah? Yes, we're already running out of time, so I don't know what to do, but we have other sessions in the afternoon. Can we be able to share in the afternoon? Because we're not going to finish everything. We're going to come back after lunch, okay? Let's be patient. Final hand, then after lunch we shall share, please.
Thank you, moderator. Again, by introduction, I'm Violet Akuru Chadome, former woman member of parliament for Katakwi district. I want to thank the organizers for this very critical session, very critical. Issues of menstrual hygiene, issues of gender-based violence. For those who come from Katakwi, they know what I've done or what I used to do in Katakwi about issues of women and the girl child. Actually have an NGO there in Katakwi, basically focusing on those issues. It is quite a very big problem, and I'm happy that we are trying to have concerted efforts on this. I just want to say one on each because of time constraints. Issues of menstrual hygiene, especially for the girl child. I don't know why it is not a priority of government, but like Honorable Jonathan said, it is one of the biggest factors that is making the girls fall out of school. I used to do a lot of sensitizations before I became an MP. And one of the issues that had led to the high dropout rates of the girls from school was because of menstruation. They are 3 months in a term. And the experience they shared, every time a girl goes through the menstruation, and you take like about 3 to 4 days, they are out of school. Why? When they are at school, you spoil the desk, you become a laughing stock. So to avoid that, immediately you start it, that week you are at home. So you miss out. And at the end of the day, they end up dropping out completely. They end up being married off or getting early pregnancies like we've already shared. So I think for us to continue massaging this, thinking like we are thinking for these people and we are not doing anything for them, is quite deceiving ourselves. It is a very big problem. You cannot have, at the completion rate, you have 100%, then those completing are less than 50%. Where do the other 40 or 50% go to? So I think government needs to focus. The policymakers that are here, we need to realign our interests. What is that? What are our priorities as government? If we honestly mean well for these girls and mean well for our women, we need to focus on that. Because of time, let me go on gender-based violence. I think, again, like I said, even while as an MP, I had an opportunity to do trainings for local councils because I realized we are voted into offices, but we don't know what we are supposed to do. We don't know our roles. So I had an opportunity of training local council ones, LOC ones, and with sharing with them what is an LOC supposed to do in the community. You're voted as the people's leader. I think we have had many issues of gender-based violence because also there is lack of information. A girl has been raped in the community. Sometimes they rush, they take this information to the LOC one who is very ignorant. They have been handling these cases. I don't know if we are aware of it. These are capital offenses. By the time they reach to the police, the evidence has been destroyed. The girl has been showered. When they reach police, I'm happy the police are here. We are sharing experiences. In Katakwi, they tell you bring the money for Form 3.
Police Form 3.
Yeah, you have to pay for
exam.
that. And then by the time you go to the health center, they are asking for money which you can't afford. Sometimes police is even asking you to facilitate for them to track these, are they called culprits?
Culprits, yes.
The perpetrators, the persons who have committed these
offenders,
these crimes. So at the end of the day, we don't get justice right from the onset because the LOC one tried to solve it. It is a capital offense they are not supposed to solve. And when they fail there, they push you to police. You reach police, they need money for that form. When you get it, you have to go to hospital to do all these tests. The evidence, first of all, is destroyed. So the lawyers who are here, you know it. They say justice delayed is justice denied.
Thank you so
So
much.
at the end of the day, I want to thank the stakeholders who are here. I think we really need to refocus. As government comes in, we actually need to work as partners. I think that is what we are calling for. I would even wish if Sehad and others, let us try, maybe like how we've started Teso and Karamoja, let us have these sanitary towels for these girls. First, because I know resources are limited. By the time government comes on board, it would find us
finally
when we have moved on. Otherwise, indeed, there is a lot to share.
Yes.
But the time is not on our side. But I want to thank everybody. I want to thank those who have come from these regions, and may God bless you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Okay, my sincere apologies for cutting you short, but we have to try to save time. And my panelists, I'm so sorry I've kept you seated without stretching for long. So we're going to use, I don't know how we can use seconds, but can we try to just say one word, parting shots quick? And then I'll release you. And we're going to menstrual hygiene that you've already gone into somehow. Yep.
No, thank you very much. Obviously, people have raised issues. Only that as a country, I wouldn't want us to use the passing of the anti-homosexuality law as a scapegoat by government to fail to fund the health sector. No, that should not be. In any case, we have not been funding the health sector years back before passing of this into law. Therefore, I also want to say very quickly that as a country, we are able to fund our budget with or without the donor funding. Money, according to the Inspectorate of Government, money that is stolen in Uganda per year is over 10 trillion shillings. So if government can only, control and manage the honorary corruption, the corruption that has been glorified today, when you steal, you are the king. That corruption, the honorary corruption, once we fight the corruption, cut down on the wasteful expenditure, look at our priorities, we will be able to fund our country. I thank you.
Thank you so much. As all this was going on, I was thinking, because there are apps, technology, how do we leverage on technology? If someone has been raped and everything is done, can you use an app to diagnose and take records and take pictures and back up your evidence? Because apps are there. So we need to go into technology because people at least have phones at community level. So we need to start looking at alternative ways of cutting short this bureaucracy. Two, I know that also men go into their days. Men every month have their own bad days. The mood changes, finance, every bill comes to you, everything comes to you. That's a bad day for a man. We need to recognize some of these things. Others, actually, most people who drink do not have money in their pockets. It's because they bank on social capital. They go to the center and know the other one will be having.
But tomorrow you must have.
But tomorrow, and you can, because of social capital, you take credit, you drink on credit, and wait for the woman to harvest and sell and pay. So I know it is a big, big, big challenge, but we need to look at men and see what is their position now in a family. Young boys, I run a small men-to-men mentorship group called Men of Valor. And you find when we open up in our usual spaces, safe spaces, you see men going for those sauna. They go for psychosocial support. Women don't beat them because men have gone to the sauna. They reach there and they talk about their issues inside there. When you see a man just scratching their head, I don't understand. There's no name for stress in your local language. When you don't understand yourself, then that means you are stressed. So you see people opening up, try to be there for each other, and but you also know that there's a 50% chance of a victim of GBV, especially sexual, to be again abused, especially by the community, at where sexual harassment or sexual abuse has taken place, or even in the so-called safe spaces. There was a research that implicated the police, where women go for safety after being raped, and at night the so-called duty bearers in the so-called safe space take advantage, and again multiple abuse of that victim. At the end, at community level, they would blame the woman. In a place where I come from, they tell you, she's a community woman, she's so loose. But men, when they know that you have been abused, there are more high chances of being abused again by the community. So even the police.
Thank you.
So we need to be careful about some of these and protect the women. I've taken the fact that we need safe spaces, not only for women, but even the older persons. Some older persons are being chased from their homes by their own children and the family because of property and so many other things.
And sexually abused.
Yes, exactly. So I've taken note of this at policy level. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
I also want to finalize by saying we shall need more community dialogues in our communities, because I know these dialogues will help us. Then legal clinics.
Legal clinics.
Yeah. And then male engagement in our communities. Because when these men get to know their roles, there'll be low cases of GBV. And then to involve cultural leaders also to participate, because they are the immediate people on the ground. Thank you.
Okay. Finally, Regina.
Alakara. Akiro na alala kay guro ngitunga. Mamna bang alo dia ngabongo kiningona. So yang akikida na chamte akikewon. Ara no na alimo kinit. Feminist ngolo ka ngalew. Atamare. Epitongolo tikuna tanga kirono pe no na anguru guru de no gu koruna ngara de. Ara ta alwa ne da ngete. Angeda kitairin ndo riam na tunga ake ganget so elepa na itia akore elepa yo community like akonti angabe abetni da kitairin ndo anyare kikiara tarata el senta adres potere pedora tangi tungalu ulu rata ta gwa riam nyanyo age ganga kenet ka tipen nera kuna ngole kare yare don pe helwana tela la kana bungi tungada mamnya pedor kana bo ya kana ngi ngiti sabu kaunti singa che udah mkatar talare le center tu munele pa ngona ebait ikwa poron kata lorenge chora kugwa kana ngi daktari lugu ko tere ngara ngi tunga udah ara el center tu por el center de ris molo shia na bo irir ebait irir tarau el center fo ikwa matany otere pedo da ngara tunga una karo ne da nguru kude una karo ane sorry awa una karo ane da nguru kude kana ta kulu kana ile munete ata kana ta ngishe do edang ngishe ta mari ada uninga akot ngishe ya poti kwa ngure lo poti yenete ero ka edi ya kalugu ane ero ko boko ebe dileke ai aki yangi di aloro tine lu arno kalu paka matanya nen tarau ninyo atonare ngedale para tamar irir ya grading a todo le center fo kingara ki ngitungalu.
Okay, Regina cited in a park we have one private hospital, we don't have a government hospital, so it's quite challenging for people to access services. And we all know that health center tools cannot give services that are needed on the process of accessing services to do with sexual gender-based violence. For example, for someone to fill a police form for should be a medical doctor, which you cannot find in an health center too. So Mama is advocating through the Ministry of Health for upgrade of all health center tools to health center 3s, and then citing IRIR, health center 3, to be upgraded to health center 4 to support victims of sexual gender-based violence and sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment.
Okay. Thank you so much. What a powerful way to conclude this session. Powerful call to action in terms of upgrading the health centers to be more efficient, especially in serving victims of sexual gender-based violence. We hear you all. We deeply appreciate you, dear panelists. And
maybe not to leave our last point out, she talked about functionalization of the court system in a park district.
Critical. So there are multi-sectoral representations. Here we have Ministry of Education, Health. Hopefully, do we have any representative from Health? Mr. Opportunity will deliver the information. Ministry of Gender is here, and I know that you have a multi-sectoral meeting. Hopefully, where Ministry of Health is missing, you will relay these calls to action, because they're very powerful calls to action. So Eyalama Noi, thank you so much. You may take your seats, and let's give them a round of applause. I also know that as you descend down, there was a particular question to the Member of Parliament, but please, if you ask this question, look for the Member of Parliament. It's about Nyege Nyege festivals. I didn't want to open that can of worms, and how it affects children or university students. So these are some of the issues. No, we can't. We will just food for thought, maybe. So that's something that came through.
First of all, as government, I even had people here talking about alcohol. The biggest contributor to our tax or one of the biggest taxpayers in the country are the alcohol companies. Nile breweries, Uganda breweries. So will you ever want government to regulate taxes? So government, one, looks at taxes, number one, then looks at you later. Two, the issue of nyege nyege, they bring in a lot of money to the country. As the parliament, I can tell you, as you remember very well, as parliament, we say that we are not part of nyege nyege. We made our position very clear. But government went ahead and said, they allowed nyege nyege to carry on. So we cannot now come into conflict. We shall only regulate the activities of nyege nyege, but we cannot stop nyege nyege. As parliament, we already said it shouldn't take place, but government gets money from nyege nyege. And I don't want to ever be quoted negatively, whether I am, obviously I am not for it, but it gives government money. So whoever wants any other response, I will not respond on camera. I will give you outside this conference.
Exactly. Thank you so much for being quick. And just to say that Nyege Nyege is a platform that is used to share sexual reproductive health rights information for young people. So while the image on Nyege Nyege is negative and immoral, if you've been there, it's beyond that, beyond what the cameras see. Ministry of Health is also a partner. It also goes to those spaces for your information, and different sexual reproductive health rights partners. So sometimes there's a negative image painted out there, but you need to be in that space to appreciate. And it's also part of tourism and promotion and information sharing. Let me not bias all of you. I know it's 1 o'clock. The stomachs are resounding a bell, but let's yearn for more information. And we're going to delve into the policy brief right now on menstrual hygiene management among women and girls in Karamoja and Teso regions. Do I have you all in the room? Okay, thank you. So already there are some questions that came through and comments on menstrual health hygiene management. And to just summarize for you the findings, no? Okay, we're going to delve into a session that is going to be sharing through a panel discussion the findings. Yes, we're going to delve into it, and we're going to keep it within under 30 minutes. Then we'll break off for lunch. I beg to keep you or hold you here for those minutes, okay? Because it's an important issue. It's already come through. And with that, allow me invite the panel on stage. We'll start with one, Honorable Violet, Woman MP Katakwi, to take on the center stage. And then we'll have Reverend Nathan. We'll have Miss Acham, Anna, Godliver, community member, and then Kim Rose Namilo, community member. Please take your seats. And this session will definitely be chaired by or moderated by none other than Ms. Nuru Nachibuka Msisi, the Deputy Executive Director at Center for Health, Human Rights and Development.
All right. We're just going to take about 30 minutes of that time. And we'll just do just a brief of the key findings. You already have this. So you're just going to get to the bit that has key findings. What did we find in Karamoja and Teso regions in the past months? So we found that I think I need to start from a gratitude point of view again to appreciate the government for the fight has gone. You realize that in 2015, the Ministry of Education and Sports developed what we call a menstrual hygiene charter, which is really designed to halt the trend of girls dropping out of school. And you're going to realize that the members of parliament in 2022 passed what we call the Uganda Parliament, the Value Added Tax Amendment Act that removes tax on the products that are used to make menstrual products, for example, pads. And we need to commend ourselves for the fact that we've gone as a country. But regardless of that, we still find challenges with access to these menstrual products. So we found in Karamoja and Teso regions that access to these products is expensive for them. You will note that access to a pad, buying a pad, is between 2,500 to 10,000 shillings in the country, regardless of the law that removes tax on the products that are used to make these products. We also noted that there are no safe spaces where girls that are menstruating can actually kind of get in to clean themselves. I think the Honorable Violet made mention of the fact that it becomes more or less a taboo being in school and you're menstruating and you become, you know, a person of being pinpointed to by everyone. We also found that it is not open to discuss about menstruation in these regions. So what ideally happens is that once you're menstruating, you keep in-house as a girl. And if you're going to school, it means that you have your 5 days in that month away from school, the next 5 months, 5 days of a month, and the next 5. Meaning in a term of 4 months, you're away for 20 days. Now just imagine if it is that time for UNEB or PLE and you're menstruating, what happens? Do you sit for the exams? Will you ever come back to school when you fail to sit exams with your team? So we also see a lot of absenteeism caused by what I've discussed, because when you're menstruating, then you keep away from a school. And lastly, this has caused to early marriages, led to early marriages and eventual teenage pregnancies, but also sexual exploitation in exchange for pads. And we have recommendations, one of them being that we need to invest in local production. And local production would mean that let the government take up. We already saw the president commit in one of his manifestos. We already saw the First Lady commit. So it is possible to do production of pads in this country. But also, we may want to have a policy on establishment of safe spaces and places where we can deposit or drop or keep the used products in a safe space, and consider this as an issue of national importance. The dear members of parliament, why aren't you discussing this issue on the floor of parliament? I think we need to take it on. We are ladies there, we are also men there. The ladies are husbands, or the husbands are fathers to girls. So why won't we bring this discussion of menstrual hygiene management on the floor of parliament and have it discussed and deliberated upon? We really think that it's a good recommendation to perhaps when we begin it, it will get itself into the budget. And we need to think about subsidizing the costs of menstrual projects and allocating funds specifically for the DCDO's offices, district community development officers, so that they reach out to the people with accurate information about menstrual hygiene management and use a human rights-based approach for comprehensive WASH. WASH is a water, sanitation and hygiene in schools. Why are we having these conversations? It's because us in Teso and Karamoja regions struggle a lot. Now, these things seem to be in abstract. When we speak about pads, it kind of feels like it's an abstract. But I want to do some bit of demonstration here so that we understand what we're speaking about. This is a pad. It is packed. 7 pads in here. The cost is 5,000 shillings of just this. How many are they inside? Are they enough for menstruating? How many do you use in a day? Some people use this. 7 of them in a day. Now this is one pad. There's what we call a tampon. Who stole my tampon? I had a tampon. Doing a tampon. This. What does it do? Do you know how to use? We are speaking about menstrual hygiene, access to these products, and information. And we are saying that people don't even know how to use these things. And we are going to do some bit of demonstration here. Do you know this? Reusable. Hey, people are saying no. Hey, we are having the conversation away from Teso and Karamoja here. So these are reusable. What is the cost? Let me see. The cost of the reusable pad. I don't see the cost. I see the cost of an acre. Okay, I don't know the cost. Maybe the team knows what the cost would be. I don't see it. Oh, it's actually 7,000. Here, it's here. 7,000. So, what do ladies have to do when they're in their periods? Let's see. You're waiting. I hope I know. So, dear men and ladies here, when we speak about ladies accessing sanitary wear, this is what it means. That I'll get my periods and I'll get this product. I'll open it, right? Imagine we're in Karamoja and you need this. At least you need 2 packets of this every month. I'll open it. This thing is usually packed. So I will still open the packing. Yeah? It has a bit of, what is it called? A bit of rubber to help it stick to the knicker. So I'll get the knicker. This is the knicker. It's clean. It's new. And then I will turn the knicker to upside down, the other way around. And then I'll still remove. Why? Because there's gum here that sticks onto the knicker. Right? So I'll get this pad. I'll place it on my knicker. Have we seen? Then I will still remove the paper there so that I attach it very well. So I'll get the flaps, put them aside, another flap. They also have a bit of gum there. Put it aside, and then I will turn it back and put on. So when I put on the knicker, you will never know that I have a pad. Now, in Karamoja, this doesn't happen. People can't access the knicker. They don't have the pads. What do they do when in their periods? Remember, when your periods, the blood is? They keep indoors. What do they do indoors? They sit down somewhere. Others dig a hole. Others opt to get sand. Others opt to get old clothing. So the old clothes, they'll get the clothes and fold kind of like a what? A pad and put. You have no control because this cannot get through. When it gets full, you just throw it and dispose off. The disposal bit of it that we've been saying, that we need those spaces for disposal, are necessary because once this is full, you don't want to look at it. You wouldn't want to find a pad dumped there, if at all they access. You want someone to come and remove it from the knicker, right? And then fold it properly because it is dirty. The women, the ladies know that we don't just throw. You fold it properly, yeah? So that when you see it, it's not disgusting. And then dispose of. These things, the ladies in Teso and Karamoja regions do not access. The people that have tried to get there have given them reusable pads. How different are they from these ones? This is more or less like a cloth. There's an instruction on what to do. So you still get it. This one is not like the first one. So it doesn't have anything to remove. You rather just open the knicker, the pad, and then you place it on the knicker again. I hope I do it the right way. Otherwise, you might say, what is she giving? Correct information or what? So this one, you see these flaps, the 2 adjustable buttons. Why? Because one might be fat and you might not fit the first one, but you might fit the second one. So when you get it again, the flaps are put in the sides and then you close this part. Yeah? When you close, you again wear properly. Once it's full, you don't dispose of. You wash and hang and use the next time. You're washing your blood. You remove it properly after the periods. You get it, and we don't iron. Okay? Now, this information people don't have. It looks like it's usual information that you know, but people don't know. Then the tampons, Dorothy says you should demonstrate the tampon. Yes, Dorothy. People are saying, come and demonstrate use of what? A tampon. She's saying you open it and insert it in the vagina. The expert, Dorothy, people are asking you.
Twist it. I have very short nails. This demonstration. Okay. Thank you so much. It's been a while. Okay, so this is what a tampon looks like. It's like a tiny little penis. No, but that's the reality. No, why I'm choosing these words carefully. This is what a tampon looks like. It's a tiny little, almost, yeah. So, and the way it's shaped is definitely the way it's shaped explains where it's inserted. It's really like inserted right inside your vagina. Like it has to go as deep as it can, and these strings here have to remain now to help you. When it gets full, it keeps expanding. Yes, it keeps expanding, and you'll tell because you'll feel the weight, the pressure under you. And then you'll use this to carefully pull it out and then carefully dispose it off, just like the pads in the pit, latrines, like most of us, if you're able to. But most people have stigma or phobia about this kind of alternative. One, it's costly to begin with. It's not like the usual pads and rare on the market. Secondly, they say these are defiling or raping them. It's a bit uncomfortable compared to the pads anyway. When all is said and done, you feel something is inside you. So that's the alternative.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dorothy. So the reusables are just 2 at 7,000, just 2 pieces. The question is, how many people in Teso and Karamoja regions can afford? On a monthly? We definitely say we are silent, meaning not everyone can afford. So these are things that we found. So people opt to sit back and rather not go to school, not go to any in the regions. They say you don't engage with the people because you're unclean. But trust me, we might even be here and in the periods and we are engaging with you and we are very comfortable and okay. Can't this happen to people in Karamoja and Teso regions? Colleagues, leave the trading centers, go down to the communities and see what people go through. So we're going to have a panel after this to just have a quick thought about the conversations and what we have to do. We have recommendations again to the members of parliament, to various ministries, to actually think that we can do much more, especially that girls are now opting for sex to be able to access the products that I've just showed you here. But also that there's, okay, partners have tried their best to provide, but for how long shall Uganda be provided for? Can't we as a country wake up and provide ourselves? And I wish to start with a cham who is within the community and a community member to just really give us a discussion on whether the key things that we're speaking about are things that they actually find in the community. Are these allegations? Are women and girls in Karamoja able to access the menstrual products? Over to you, Acham.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Protocol observed. My name is Achamana Godliver from Amuria district. The overview of MHM Initially, the management of MHM was not good in the previous 1960s. Women used to use just to pick a rag from the compound, then you tie a string around your waist, and then you use just a rag for managing menstruation, minus a knicker. That was not good. Then the disposal of those products, the disposal of that rag was not good. You could just leave it. You fear to wash because you lack soap. There was also lack of information to those women of those days. Materials, you could not access them. Cultural beliefs were also a barrier. Stigma and fear of washing these things, it wasn't good. In the school where I come from, senior women teachers and head teachers still used the office. They share an office, of which there is no privacy there. Privacy, confidence in MHM. And you find that even girls, when they menstruate, they leave school, they go home because there was no help given at all at school. So I would like to thank Kifa there and Weltanga Hillfair. I would like to recognize you people so much. The achievements you have made in Amuria with your concerted effort of the project. The schools and communities now have achieved a lot. You find that women have got skills of making, they have got skills and knowledge of making the reusable pads where they use now. They can afford just a mere cloth in the house. You make a cutout, you make your own personal. You use it, wash and everything. Then in schools, creation of safe spaces has helped a lot because girls get support for managing these periods. They don't miss lessons that day when they come to school. Kifad also has equipped these safe spaces so much. Like a mattress in a school where I come from. A mattress is used for managing period pain. When a girl has her period, there's some exercises she does before she goes back to class. The girl is given changing uniforms, a pad, a knicker, a bucket, soap, and smearing oil. You find that even bathing, she does inside the safe space, of which now stigma is not there. Then the boys also, boys and male engagement in MHM, they can now make reusable pads for their women. That means that stigma has been fought. Even boys nowadays don't laugh at girls because they have been given sessions, awareness on MHM. So even sources of water, like the place where I come from, well, Tanga helped us so much. Absenteeism caused due to menstruation is no longer there. The girls now concentrate. It is up to you now. How has these safe spaces impacted the schools? Retention of girls. That day when they are at school, then mindset change. Confidence has been managed. Boys' engagement, like in schools, we now have health clubs where these boys now come up. They support their sisters. The men also support their women in their homes, much as there are this economic whatever status in the country. Then the girls now compete with boys because they no longer miss lessons. Even women, much as our men are running away from that responsibility, but the sessions they get in the MIGs, the wigs and the mags have helped them now to overcome that. So the communities have now sensitized them on MHM and SRHR. I wanted to conclude by saying, much as we are battling a lot here, but we need to do a lot, most especially men down there. They are running away from that responsibility. Yes, the schools help, but when a child goes when a child goes back home there, they toss the child, go to your mother, go to your father, go to your mother. Then finally, a girl is mentally disturbed. Finally, when John comes, who can afford a pad, she now goes away. With that, I end to stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anna. So I love the fact that you're speaking from the experience of those that have been provided with. And that's why you're able to point to say Kifad has done this, Wetunge Healthy has done this. How about those that are not in these programs? And those are the ones that we're speaking about that we are requesting that should be provided by the government. So we really want to appreciate the services provided by the partners. And the questions are, what happens to those outside of the regions that we are working, but in Karamoja and Teso? Yeah. So maybe we need to pay much more attention to that. And if KIF had pulled out today, will we sustain these engagements?
Okay.
Maybe we listen in from Rose to just see, for those that are not provided within this program, the Grow Together program, what do they do during the times of school? How do they manage? Those that are not within the program, how do they manage? Thank you.
Program. Uli mam kadana program. Etuano no way. Aniare mam tare mutungole dolo kintine nikech. Yen tare pitangole iboni anyare tai be apad. E kwa ikechi. Uli mam kadana program. Aichi apak. Iboy kini tungani tar kolong robele muni akapet. Ne tubunto na chi. Iboy kini tungani ne nikara beru. Toi tanga koto jikinen. Paka. Korea dangol. Aichi apak. Aichi apak e pedor tara kiboy kini na loop. Kiboy kini toi tanga koto jikinen.
Rosie, she's saying in Karamoja communities and Teso communities where this program is not reaching, it is still a very big challenge for girls and women, because when you go to an area, nobody even knows what is a pad. First of all, no, those girls, they don't know even what they call a pad. You find that those girls and those women, they are still using the local systems they have been using. Like in Karamoja, when you go to a place, there is a skin of a cow or a goat. They have cut a smaller one. They don't get a big one. They get a smaller one where a girl or a woman sits on it the whole day. Or for some hours, when you see that the thing has reduced, you move again to another location. Just to keep your blood there. At the end of the day, you pick it, you take inside the kraal where maybe goats or cows are sleeping. That's where you go and pour that blood. And they tell you, the old women tell you a certain corner, you don't just put anywhere. You go to a specific corner where they have directed you. That is how these women and girls, which this program has not yet reached, that is what they are still doing. They don't know the pads. You have been showing us here, nobody knows even what is called a pad.
Achepa ke pedor tartungane kerai ikwa kwana yo ka yelo period de boy kini jike kwap na loop ko na dinyo na kutor to lele tanga ko to ngono jigine na ner ka kino nyow na yo rapak o nyow na lakal.
So he's saying the second thing you can do, you can go maybe out of home or even within home. You can go to a certain corner, you sit on the soil. You can even just dig a small hole. You sit there, then after some time when you are getting, you just cover with the soil, then you hawk.
Rai borangini ti yangini to kwana tarike ro tar kwana ke ya kauna nga program anugu nye dolo kinto ngetunga dadang na yi ro ko ibore ni ti ya jik iti ya isti ya wadwa tar ngilo wilu pelu I yang aru dada but iti pa de chalo la wilu pelu lu kwa de lu boko kema nyoko lu.
So he's saying, and that is what is happening in some region of Karamoja and Teso, where people are not accessing this information, because first of all, people don't know even information. Even your own clothes, you see these skirts we are putting on. In Karamoja region, even girls use these very skirts. You get your skirt, you can either sit on it, because now you cannot walk at that moment. How will you walk? The blood are just flowing. You just sit on your skirt. When you see that the things are reducing a bit, you walk with your skirt, and they don't even, by the way, allow you to wash until you finish you finish your period. And of course, also those days you don't wash at all. When it dries, then you can see a way of maybe removing some other blood, then you just put on it like that.
Achi apa kina boy pedor tarai ya bero aki boy ya la kaima malo munani arai mam ni pedor yo tarai kiruari kini ke kile ikwendo bang ngakroja ne bo ko bengune anu peta ala karma jangangun achi apa mama kiruari kini ke kile ko ria kilo ta lepuni ay tena peina mam.
So she's saying another steps we are using as girls in Karamoja and women. When you are in your period also, sometimes you are not supposed to get out of your house. You stay inside there. Because also our norms and tradition, when a woman or a girl who is under menstruation, you are not supposed even to wash plates, you are not supposed to cook, you are not supposed to go and milk. So your work is to sit inside that house. There are other women, maybe there is a woman, whether your grandmother or your mother, who is now bringing for you something to eat until you finish. Other activities within your home, you are not supposed to touch. You are not even supposed to talk to your own husband. But at the end of the day, when this activity is done, that is the very husband who will say, I want this. But when you are under your menstruation, you are not supposed to talk to that man.
Na ya ngunda dang ita na jiki tokona ikoni akibo tokona na ibo yona ne ita na kikara tolo to na bato todolo gina no way ni e community da ko ringi reria aketata mata toto aketata mangedo ani ara achi apa kichi bare di piyo ngedo dang te yokona belo da kata kine school ani to kana na pe mini ani monari ala wete mokin yani nge dukul dane ni pe atuba yana ke school tolo to na bangare nya ketata marobo ni yokotungwa.
So she's saying a request to partners, not only partners, also and government of Uganda. There is a lot to be done within these communities. We need to take the information back to the community. We need to talk to these girls. We need to talk to the women, because if this information will not reach to them, they will still remain using the method I've told you here. And of course now, even as in Karamoja, a girl child to go to school, the moment you are under your menstruation and a boy sees that your uniform is dirty, the moment the boy tells you, Rose, you see the blood on your uniform, that is enough for you to leave school. And you will not come back again to that school. And that will be the end of your life.
Thank you so much. So I think these guys are really telling us the realities on ground. And it's sad. It is really sad that these conversations are happening. And that we are having these conversations here, and that Uganda as a country, we can move the way we are. So I know that with the teams that have been empowered, partners have provided menstrual cups. And I would love someone who knows how to use it to come and demonstrate for us how to use it before I call in Reverend Nathan. Oh, you know how to use the cup? So please bring the cup and tell us how it works. So otherwise, these are, imagine your daughter here sitting on sand because they're in their periods. Imagine your wife not speaking to you because they're in their periods. Is that really correct? Shouldn't we live in dignity? Okay, so menstrual cups have been provided not by the government, but by partners. So let's see how they operate. Come and use this mic.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I believe you've heard rumors about this man. This is called a menstrual cup. We've given it to communities, especially to the women. So this is how you use the menstrual cup. On the first day you get the menstrual cup, you get a clean saucepan, and then you boil it for 15 minutes. If you're scared of using the saucepan, you can get an empty tin or any other container, then you boil water, you put this cup in the container, then you pour this hot water, this boiling water, in intervals of 5 minutes, 3 times to make it 15 minutes. After you've boiled the cup, it is to disinfect it. I want to believe you've gone to shower and you've come back from the bathroom. So when you come back from the bathroom, there are 2 methods of inserting the cup. One of them is, there's what we call the punch down. Punch down is you hold it from here and then you push it a little bit down. So this is the punch down. And then if you cannot punch down, you do the C shape. However, we've consulted with our women in the community. They say punch down is the best method for inserting the cup.
But you've not showed us how to insert.
I am coming to that. So, once you punch down the cup, please get a very free environment, either in your house or in the bathroom. Make sure it's very free. So, I'm going to leave this a little. So, you're going to squat down, this knee down, and then this knee a little bit up. This is so that the cervix comes nearer to the vaginal opening. So when you squat like this, it also enables your vaginal opening to open a little wider so that you insert the cup. Alternatively, if you cannot squat, you get a raised ground. I always encourage the women, use maybe a chair at home. You step on the chair so that this leg is still up, this one is down, and then your vaginal opening opens, and then you insert the cup. So when the cup enters, there's what we call the pop sound. When it enters in a right way, you'll hear the pop sound. Yes. So the cup stays inside you, collecting blood for a period of between 6 to 8 hours, depending on your flow. If your flow is very heavy, it could spend between 4 to 6 hours. But if it's very fair, it's about 8 hours. So what do you do when you, how do you know the cup is full? How do you know the cup needs to be changed? 1, you start feeling the lower abdomen like you're getting cramps. 2, you start feeling like you want to susu. When you start getting those symptoms, you know the cup is full and you need to go and do what? Remove. When you want to remove the cup, you make sure your hands are very clean. One rule of the cup is hygiene. Make sure the hands are very clean. When you go to the bathroom, I encourage people in the bathroom because in the latrine it can easily fall into the toilet. You could easily miss it. So when you enter the toilet, you squat. And then when you squat, you're seeing this finger. You push it a little so that you get the stem. Once you get the stem, you push the 2 fingers and then you pinch. There are some round circles down here. You pinch them so that it releases the air from up. Once it releases the air, you pull it out, you pour the blood, you rinse the cup with the cold water, and then again you punch it down and you insert it in. This cup stays for 10 years. So a mother can use it for 10 years. I think that's that about the cup. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We said people lack information. I'm sure someone has learned something. Our target is to leave this place at 2.
I wanted to add something there. when you are using a menstrual cup, don't attempt to use soap. It is only hot water and cold water. That is enough. Don't attempt to use what? Soap, because it will create some cracks there. It should remain soft like that, the way they have made it. So we're trying to value in the village there that the cost of a pad is 3,000. Now 3,000 times 12 months. How much money are you spending? And for a woman, we have 450 periods before you do what? Before your menopause. You should have undergone 450 periods. That is the estimate of the periods that we women should have. Should what? Are going to what? To receive in your lifetime. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Someone saw my gray hair, so they're asking me how many have I undertaken. Okay. We do these sessions for purposes of learning. Who has not learned a thing? Who has provided this information to the women and girls in Karamoja? If it's not Kifad or Straight Talk, who else has not provided or said? No one. So let us try to provide the information. So I want to pose a question, Trevland. These people that we are speaking about are people of the church, they're people of the mosque. But they're telling you during the time when they're in their periods, now the ones deep down in Karamoja and Teso, they either sit down somewhere or move down somewhere. How has the church supported to ensure that information is provided, but also that these people are brought closer? Not to run away, but to ensure that that right is not violated.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I must say that we are deeply ashamed and embarrassed upon hearing such revelations. As a matter of fact, this is a signature of failure on our part as leaders. It is a signature of failure on our part as the community, but also even us as government. It is a signature that we have failed and completely failed. Then we are very excited still that such stories are coming out clearly here. Sometimes some people that stay around Kampala tend to live in utopia and deception. People live in ways that are not in any way cognizant of the fact that actually our communities are perishing and we are losing an entire generation. Definitely all the people that are in such areas and those areas, Karamoja, Teso, everywhere, all of them belong to they belong to a given religion, or they belong to a given cultural, denomination. But specifically as a clergy, I get a lot of embarrassment and a lot of shame to speak about this, especially after this kind of revelation, that in every area of this country there is a church or a mosque. Uganda is divided into different dioceses, different archdioceses, the province. That means that even the deepest village there is in Uganda has a church, has a catechist, has a reverend, has a lay reader, has a pastor, has a sheikh, has an imam, has a zone leader, has a mukulu wa kabondo, you get? Has everybody generally. The religious institutions have also got into the fight or against menstrual stigma, against menstrual or period shame, and so many other things. Definitely, information is being given out in our settings, because at least for us as clergy and religious leaders, we have a privilege of giving out information without being questioned you don't ask questions in churches or mosques or anywhere. So information. But as we give out information, such revelations are clear that probably we have not yet done enough, because if we were really giving out information that is as true as gospel truth, then most probably would not be hearing such stories here. But religious institutions are doing a lot of work through their different programming, through their different social transformation programs, to make sure that issues of menstrual health management are handled. But again, as we do this work, there are a number of challenges. One, the negative cultural and religious norms. Much as Africans are notoriously religious, but they practice two religions. An African will practice Christianity as they practice African traditional religion. An African will practice Islam as they still practice African traditional religion, which religion sometimes has a lot of social cultural norms and practices or beliefs that actually hamper the efforts towards achieving wellness, especially in menstrual health management. Then the other issue, the church still has challenges of men, because you know very well that so many of these problems in menstrual health management are actually there because majority of men have not played their role. Until now, quite a number of men in the villages don't believe that all of us are living and are existing as a result of menstruation. All of us are products of menstruation. You get that? Yes, all of us are products of menstruation. If menstruation was not there, we would not be here. Yes, so many people don't believe this. And despite the fact that the church and religious institutions try as much as possible to include men in issues of menstrual health management, quite a number of them still shy away and run away, probably due to negative masculinity and negative harmful cultural beliefs and norms that continue to make girls and women under menstruation vulnerable. Definitely, so the kind of abuse, the kind of gender-based violence, the kind of sexual molestation, child marriages, denial for education. When most of these things happen, the religious institutions in the villages, they're aware of such, because religious leaders and cultural leaders, we are the masters of social practice. We are the masters of social behavior. Therefore, through engaging in transformation, through engaging in awareness, probably some of these challenges could be, addressed. Then maybe the other issue is still religious spaces should be safe havens for girls and women to thrive. And any religious space that promotes stigma, discrimination, objectification of women and girls, finger pointing of women and girls, those that preside over illegal marriages because girls are menstruating, those are not religious spaces. Those are another thing. So spaces should and ought to be safe places for information on menstrual health management to be shared, safe spaces for breaking of such negative and harmful practices as we have had, safe spaces for empowerment of girls and women to speak out on issues of menstruation.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you so much, Reverend. So, Honorable Violet, it's been confirmed. We know that our budget is retrogressing every year. And for this particular year, it's at 4.1%. It's really a retrogression. But we know the commitments that we made. And I'm thinking, having been in Parliament, as a member of Parliament for Katakwi, what is the magnitude that the conversations that we're having here will be picked on by Parliament, and that will have a budget towards menstrual hygiene management for at least these two regions? What should be our advocacy selling point so that we use that point and engage the members of Parliament? Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you, No. And once again, I want to thank the organizers of this dialogue. Indeed, like the morning session, I think we got the information that the budgets have kept, especially on health, they have kept on reducing every now and then to the extent that we are not meeting the target or our commitment to our Abuja declaration of 15% of the national budget to issues of health. It is quite unfortunate, but of course, hearing from the presentations that we've had or the information that we've shared here, it is quite unfortunate. But I want to say, I think we've come a long way. Indeed, like I said, before I became a member of parliament or before I even started working at the national level, I used to do a lot of trainings in schools and also inspections in schools. And the findings were that then you would not even find a female teacher. Some of the schools in those, actually the participating regions you're having here, Karamoja and Teso. I used to work with the diocese and I was in charge of education in the diocese of Soroti. You would find most of the schools only having male teachers and without female teachers. And I don't know what the assumption was. And yet, as far as we know, most of our children start menstruation at school. And it is worse when they start it at school, nobody has told them what to expect even. We know the role of a senior woman teacher, that would be it. Taking these children through the menstruation, hygiene, what to expect anyway as they grow up or as they get these visitors. But it wasn't the case. Let alone the budget for the senior woman teacher to be able to handle that, have the pads that you provided to those schools that you're having interventions. I think we have had a best case scenario here. Schools where you've had initiatives or interventions vis-a-vis the areas or the schools where you've not had interventions like it has been shared here. Where the interventions have been, somehow the children have had information, they've learned what to expect if you're starting your menstruation period for the first time. Maybe you've even provided them the shelters we are talking about, the changing rooms for the girls. So just like Reverend said, I think I'm also a bit, it is disheartening that we're trying to look for all possible means as affected communities or as affected people. And yet we would think if the government would come on board, I would think maybe we would not even go to, I see this so sophisticated, the CAP method. And I even see like it is so difficult to use. I remember they introduced the female condoms. And I don't know where that program ended. Now a cap inside you, I heard my sister was saying when we were demonstrating about tapoons. And she said they're a bit uncomfortable. Now when I saw this, I'm like, then how more uncomfortable will you be when you're having a cap inside there? With a tapoon, I can go to the gym. With a tapoon, I can do sauna without any fear or favor. Now with a cap, my God. So, but what I'm trying to bring in, I think the government needs to honestly to help our people. Because by the time we go now to complicated methods to help on menstruation, then it means we are watching, as government, we are watching. We are not putting much emphasis or interventions here. We have a lot of money in this country. I think it is our priorities which are not right. By the time we continue reducing on the budget on health, from 7, as the MP had said, 7, it came down to 6, it has come down to 4. So at the end of the day, how shall we be evaluated as a country, as a nation? Yet, then we can't even talk about the national universal health insurance if we cannot do small interventions like this. There have been promises that have been made. I think also the challenge could be who is following this up. The president made a pledge of provision of sanitary towels to all school-going children. That was during the campaigns. And indeed, 3 years down the road, nothing has been done. The Ministry of Education also had made a pledge or a promise, I think it was something to do with policy, that there would be pads provided in the schools. But as far as I'm concerned, the pads that are provided in schools are those for emergency, that are provided to a senior woman teacher to help the girls who start it at school, and maybe you start it on that day and you are not prepared, you are not ready. then you go to a senior woman teacher, and then she helps you. As far as I'm concerned, like we said, we've come a long way. At least most of the schools now we have washrooms for girls, or they are changing rooms, because that is what we advocated for. That every school should have a room, either this room for a senior woman teacher, that at the end of the day, the girls should be able to use to change their pads if they so wish. It is still unfortunate that we still have cultures. It is, I'm talking about my brothers, we call them our uncles in Karamoja, that we think when somebody goes through menstruation period, you become so useless that within 3-4 days, you can't do anything for yourself. And I think since we're here with the church and government together, we need to do something about it. And of course, with the partners who are having interventions in those areas, there has to be a lot of sensitization in terms of changing attitude. How do we take menstruation? We really take it as a very big taboo, that you are so dirty you can't do anything. You can't even be in such meetings as these. And I think we need to change such a mindset so that our people can remain productive. Our girls can remain productive. They can still continue going to school as long as they are facilitated. And who are the facilitators? We are still talking about government, of course, is the first line of response. As others come in, the World Hunger and Sehud, government has to play its part. But also I think what I would recommend, honestly, I think also the other challenge, I know World Hunger is in Katakwi, and I think you were doing programs on water. Most of the schools do not have boreholes. I wish you could come in and be able to provide. If the boreholes are there, then they are broken. They need to be repaired. While I was an MP, I repaired so many boreholes in Kataka. People used to think I was a water officer, but I was not. Schools do not have. And it is even easier because most of these schools are Mabati. If we can provide these water tanks, then the girls can be able to fetch the water and be able to change their pads and be able to shower and continue with the lessons and classes in a normal way. But as long as there is no water at school, or they have to go so many kilometers to access water, it will still become a problem. They will drop out of school. So as government, as we push for government, as we advocate for government in terms of increasing resources, especially to the local governments, because this is where the problems are. There you cannot talk about tapoos, not even the pads, maybe the reusable ones we shared here. The challenge is about the budgets. So when the budgets go to the local governments, of course we know that it will go to the schools for the senior woman teacher, where there are no changing rooms for the girls or rooms for the senior women teachers. This budget should be able to take care of it. And this again comes back to government, because government is the one that appropriates, or the parliament is the one that appropriates. The implementation we are talking about is that is done at the lower level. But you cannot implement what you don't have. But of course, like we are saying, we would still call upon the partners. If we can provide water tanks in the schools, well and good. If we can provide boreholes in the schools or repair those that are broken, so that the girls can be able to access water to clean themselves. And not only that, also the toilets and the bathrooms, most of the schools do not have. The toilets may be there, but the bathrooms are not there. So again, this could be a point of intervention for our partners. If we can provide these bathrooms in the schools, well and good. If we can provide a changing room specifically for the girls, it would be a welcome gesture. So as a point of entry in most of the schools for your interventions, these are where the loopholes are, and you would pick on that. Earlier on in the morning, I'd said, as we even wait for government to come full board, full blast on provision of sanitary towels, let us be seen started in the areas where you're already having interventions. If you could cover all the schools in your areas and you provide sanitary towels, by the time government, because a government cannot do it alone, it becomes quite overwhelming. But as partners, if we come on board, then we can be able to solve the problem. Otherwise, it will remain challenging.
Thank you, Honorable. Are we just hungry or what? People are sharing information and possible solutions, so we should be clapping for them. So thank you so much, and thank you to my dear panelists. As I let the panel go, I'll just summarize the commitments that have come through here. In the meantime, we'll request Lawrence to prepare himself to come and do the closing, as I also ask the communications team from SEHAD to prepare where we're going to do the group photo, and then we'll do the lunch and we'll call it a dialogue. So thank you, and I'll release you. In the meantime, I think what we have committed to is that the Parliament will take up this and have conversations within the Health Committee of Parliament. Trust me, we shall follow up with the Health Committee of Parliament. The other commitment that has come through is that within the financing and planning conversations that are happening for the budget, we'll have space to have the conversations, and we'll make sure that our members of Parliament check through the statements that come through to ensure that issues of shelters are actually captured within the budget. I want to assume that it is for the next financial year, which is starting this period. We have taken note, although not committed 100%, from the Minister of Gender, that GBV shelters and safe spaces are needed. And they already committed that to first finalize the one that is in Moroto, but we'll follow up the others that are coming through. There's been a commitment to do mindset change within the communities, so that the conversations that we are taking forward are not left here. Okay, that's fine. We have been requested to attract more the development partners, and we have been committed to that the conversations our minister is doing are actually meant to attract more of the development partners, and that we shall realize the money. At least we have been rest assured that come 2024-2025, we'll have the money realized, and part of what we shall request to use the money for would be the conversations that we have been doing here. We had a representative from the religious sector who committed in writing, as he went for Juma prayers, that he's going to have this conversation with the Mufti of Uganda, but also the district Kadhi of Teso and Karamoja regions. And what is the commitment is that they start conversations on mindset change in order to curb the cases of gender-based violence that have come through here. So we have had all these commitments, but there are also issues that have come through, now not for government, but for us as partners. There's been a request on taking forward the court system, and I'm saying this because I'm sure this could be of interest to SEHAD as well, to make sure we have a court system in Napak, was it Napak? Which says that the court is only in Moroto. So we'll do some bit of advocacy around this. There's a request to have health center 2s upgraded to 3s. I'm sure the government already has this program moving forward. Maybe Teso and Karamoja region have not been prioritized, but in other districts, this is already happening, but we can do more advocacy around it. And then have health center 3s to 4s. And then there's been a request to do more community dialogues. I'm sure they are meant to do mindset change about that. The men have been requested to be engaged. So dear men in the room, we need to give you special appreciation, especially the ones from Karamoja and Teso. It's just fair that we clap for the men here. I am sure they are not going back the same way. It will be very absurd to find you on alcohol tomorrow after this conversation. But we really want to appreciate you. And please commit to engage more of the men. And Jack, I hope you're moving around here to do this. And health workers, we need to make sure that they're in the facilities. We need to do more of budget conversations. Now, the budget conversations start with you people of Teso and Karamoja here, because budget planning starts with you. If you don't have the conversations through to the district level, it will be absurd, because for us, we shall do national level budget advocacy. So as you move back to the communities, please speak to people to make sure that their LCs know the issues we've spoken about, that their parishes know, that the sub-counties know, and then the district is aware. The district is already aware because the officials are here. So we need to go down and make sure they come through. And lastly, to WHH, people need boreholes and water tanks in the various schools. I'm sure if we did this, we can. So I really want to appreciate you so much, and appreciate the team from WHH, the team from Kifad and Straight Talk, but most importantly, the team from SEHAD. In SEHAD, Faith has led the organizing of the dialogue. Faith, people want to see who Faith is. So I'm sure Faith has spoken to most of us. Pamela has engaged, Asumpta has engaged, Lumbasi has engaged, Sifuna has engaged, Jackie has engaged. We really want to appreciate you so much for having organized the dialogue. I'm going to call upon Julius to close us on, and also to note that the restaurant closes at 2:30, but we'll do a group photo immediately after he closes us off. Thank you so much to the WHH team for the support. I know Jeanette has left, but we really appreciate this support to the dialogue. Thank you. So now where do I take the card?
Yeah. The honorable members of parliament, the commissioner, gender and women affairs, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Director, Curative Services, Ministry of Health, the Commissioner, Equity and Rights, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Assistant Commissioner, Adolescent and School Health Division, Ministry of Health, the Head of the Gender Unit, Ministry of Education and Sports, Technical Advisor, SEHAD, Deputy Executive Director, SEHAD, the WHH staff, the Executive Directors of KIFAD and Straight Talk Foundation, as well as the staff, the project structures representatives from Teso and Karamoja, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julius Luegaba, the area manager for the WHH program in Karamoja, and I have the honor to give the closing remarks on behalf of our country director, who sends her apologies due to any emergency that she had, but she has been with us since the whole morning. It has been an honor to be part of this very important dialogue to discuss menstrual hygiene management, gender-based violence and prevention of sexual exploitation, harassment, abuse today. As we heard from the panelists this morning and this afternoon, the testimonies, we can be proud of a number of achievements in working in these areas, while acknowledging that there also remains work for all of us to contribute to gender equality, ending GBV, and further facilitating a dignified menstrual hygiene management for all girls and women. Today marks a significant landmark as WHH, together with its partners, convened the first ever national dialogue. This day signifies a critical step we are taking to jointly advocate for a better life for all girls, boys, women, and men, everywhere and at all times. This dialogue is particularly exciting for us, WHH, because it is the first of its kind that we have directly engaged in. Menstruation, gender-based violence, sexual exploitation, and harassment are particularly salient issues because they have pronounced effects on, one, the immediate lives of those affected, including enjoyment or lack thereof of education by girls during their periods. Secondly, the dignity of women during menstruation period. And thirdly, stability, quality, and enjoyment of family life by women, men, and children. Today, we acknowledge and applaud the efforts of our health, education, gender sectors, including all stakeholders at the districts, the schools, cultural and religious leaders, development partners, and all of us here present who are playing a role in ensuring our children enroll in school as well as staying there, completing school and ensuring that gender-based violence in our communities is addressed. The benefits of girls' education and women's protection from violence go beyond higher economic productivity. The more educated and stable women tend to be healthier, participate in more in the formal labor market, earn more income, have fewer children, and provide better health care and education to their children. These benefits also transmit across generations, as well as to communities at large. One of the steps to ensure quality education for girls is to eliminate the barriers that keep girls out of the classroom. These barriers include schools that are long distances from home, school fees, and other hidden costs, lack of safe water and sanitation, discrimination and threat of violence, as well as loss of time in managing menstrual discomfort. We do all know that the onset of puberty results in significant changes in school participation of girls. The onset of menstruation, which is the most dramatic sign of girls' puberty, affects girls' socialization with family and community and may have significant impact on their education. The SEHAD report, the unfulfilled commitments, indicates that in sub-Saharan Africa, approximately 1 in 10 girls miss school during their periods due to stigma and discrimination, a sad thing. On average, a menstruating girl loses 13 learning days of school every school term. Additionally, according to the UNESCO report, an estimated 23% of adolescents aged 12 to 18 drop out of school following the onset of menstruation. The subject of menstruation, however, is too often taboo and has many negative cultural attitudes associated with it, including that menstruating women and girls are contaminated, dirty, and impure. Girls in rural areas suffer stigma due to, 1, inadequate preparations for young girls not yet experiencing menstruation. Secondly, lack of or inadequate water to clean and wash the body. Thirdly, lack of materials for managing menstruation hygiene. Fourth, no private space and washrooms. Fifth, inappropriate facilities for disposal of materials for those who use disposable sanitary towels. And lastly, physical and physiological pains, psychological pains during menstruation periods. On GBV and PISEA, I am proud to note that this is not only the manner in which the project is addressing gender-based violence and prevention of sexual exploitation and harassment. We do also focus on economic empowerment for the women through providing business startups. By so doing, we address the violence in families that arise due to lack of income to meet the daily basic needs. On our part as WHH, we commit the necessary support in ensuring that we fulfill our commitments of ending period stigma, period poverty, making menstruation a normal fact of life, and educating the masses we target about menstruation through access to menstruation hygiene materials, construction or rehabilitation of latrines and places to change, safe water and sanitation, and good hygiene practices like hand washing with soap. We do also commit to ensuring that our intervention do not escalate GBV, but rather work towards reducing the incidences of GBV. For example, ensuring that women have access to clean and safe water, women have incomes to meet their daily needs. I would like, therefore, to call upon the duty bearers here present and all those that will listen to this message from the government arm to work towards ensuring that schools have adequate and separate latrines for girls and boys, with washrooms, water tanks, and changing rooms for girls. Schools to provide soap, extra sanitary towels, and an extra skirt or dress in the changing rooms in case of emergencies. For example, if a girl soils their uniforms during school time. To strengthen training of senior female and male teachers as appropriate. To support girls through their maturation process, including menstruation. And lastly, to build the capacity of teachers in creating a safe school environment to help girls stay in school even during menstruation. This would include raising awareness among parents on the importance of keeping their daughters in school during the period. To our counterparts from civil society, I want to request that we continue to rebuild the moral fiber of our society, to restore the understanding that menstruation is a natural and normal physiological part of life. We must break all taboos and myths around the subject in our homes, schools, and institutions, and society at large. We must work to ensure that all our stakeholders, the communities, the learners, parents, the schools, relearn the truth and promote MHM through sensitization and address GBV within families and communities. As Veltunga Hilfe and partners, we stand committed to continue working together with parliamentarians, other government stakeholders, with civil society, the public sector, with parents and children to ensure that girls and women are supported in their health well-being, in particular around menstrual health management and in the further prevention of all forms of gender-based violence. Together, we can do and must do this. Let us all do all that is in our capacity to break the silence and to sustain the dialogue that will make every girl, woman proud of their bodies and status. We also acknowledge the financial and technical support from the German Development Corporation, who support WHH and partners' work, including the project that was presented today. We are grateful for their support and to all of you for showing your commitment and being here today. It is now my great pleasure and honor to officially declare this dialogue closed. For God and my country. Signed, Janet Weinert.
Okay, thank you so much, Representative from Weltanga Health. Thank you so much for your patience. I know we've stretched it, but please bear with us. I don't know if you'll afford a smile, but let's go for a group photo. Faith here is going to be directing us, and then we shall run out literally for lunch because I'm also starving. Enjoy your lunch. I've been Dorothy Amron, moderating the sessions. Honoring the invite. Without you, it would be an empty room. Faith, come on the stage and direct.